Welcome to round 3 of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. So I have Joe Gallagher again.
Hello.
And I'm Daniel King, and we're going to be taking you through the games today. It's been such an exciting tournament so far. Here are the rankings after 2 rounds. 3 players in the lead: Giri and Bacrot from France, Vaganian-Ponomariov, Ukraine, and Hou Yifan from China, all with 1.5 points, but of course very early days in the tournament. But Joe, I always feel that tournaments are the character of the tournament is sort of determined in these first few rounds. Sometimes you can get some really boring tournaments if everyone's a bit cautious, but so far they've played. Generally it's been very enterprising chess.
It's been a great start to the tournament. Sometimes I find tournaments start off slow and all the players feel a bit guilty after 4 or 5 rounds, and then they start to play real chess. So it can change as well. Yeah. Sometimes they start off exciting, everyone gets knackered, and they slow down a bit. But let's hope it continues. So far it's been a great start.
Yeah, because I think what's encouraging is not just like some of the top guys, trying to beat the Swiss guys or something like that, but actually, the strongest players like Morozevich and Navara went for each other yesterday, and we had a decisive result. So, I think it augurs. excuse me. It augurs well for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I think they're players. They just want to play chess, these players. They're not too worried about the result. They just want to play chess. I think Morozevich, Navara, when they play, they're not panicking about losing, and they take their chances.
Yeah.
It's also good to see the Swiss guys not being outclassed and starting really well, which is interesting.
Well, they're ambitious. I think that's the great thing.
They're very ambitious. Yeah.
Let's do our usual tour of the games, because we're already sort of 25 minutes into the games. Sorry for the late start, a few little technical hitches. So let's start with Alexander Morozevich. No, I think that's the wrong board. I think
this is Studer against...
That's Studer against Navara. Let's try that one. That's better. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong board. Entirely my fault. So, a game between Alexander Morozevich and Morozevich-Hari Krishna. Morozevich with whites has 1 out of 2, has 2 decisive games so far. Hari Krishna has 2 draws so far, which was actually, frankly, a bit of a surprise to me. He had a dreadful game yesterday, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he struggled with white pieces against Nico, but eventually he held an ending. He was probably lost, but it was quite tricky to win these things, especially after 6 hours play. Nico was quite a bit dejected after the game, I think, because he had a real chance. Well, more than a real chance, but...
So it's a Nimzo, and Morozevich playing these moves fairly well, both players playing fairly quickly, but this is a very sharp continuation, because white has expended a few tempi in getting the 2 bishops, but of course it's quite time consuming. He's had to move his queen out, and that means that black can try and exploit his slight lead in development and crashing open the centre. But this, of course, is pretty well known to theory. The only thing is that, as Morozevich admitted to us yesterday, he hasn't really prepared for any serious classical game since about 2014. So it's 3 years out of date. So I don't know how much prep he's done for this tournament.
Well, he'll probably prepare in the morning before the game, but then you can't really reach the same level, obviously, as if you've done all the work at home. You can get up to date in the morning, but he probably won't be finding many novelties.
Queen f6. Now, I must admit, I'm not particularly up to date with this variation myself.
Oh, I'm a King's Indian man, really. The Nimzo. It's one of the openings I only think I've played it once in my life.
I used to be a Nimzo man.
Yeah, you used to be, I remember.
Yeah.
So, come on.
I don't know. But I thought they played Queen A4, Queen A5 check. I thought that was the move. Isn't this the move, or have I got this completely wrong? Joe, rescue me with your database, because if that, then
Well, the move we have, the position on the board has been reached 6 times according to after Queen F6, including the game Carlsen-Polgar.
Carlsen-Polgar.
And a recent game Lamy-Hari Krishna. And White usually plays F3 and then Queen H4 check.
Now that's interesting.
These are the moves that. But
Harika Dronavali has played it, so maybe this is she's played it twice. So maybe this is an Indian speciality. I know that Hari Krishna and Harika are good friends.
Okay.
I think they possibly work together on stuff.
Okay. Oh well, she's played it this year. She lost against Lamy in this year in April.
Well,
so they're probably So I'm sure he's well prepared for this line.
Yeah. So I mean that's very interesting that Queen F6. It does look very unusual to me, I have to say. Just go back a move, and because I'd be interested to see, because I thought Queen A5 check was the move there.
On which move?
Instead of Queen F6.
Okay. Quick look. Queen A5 check is the second most common move after Bishop F5.
Oh, Bishop F5 as well.
Queen F6 has been played 6 times according to my database. So
yeah, but that's not very much because this is quite a common position.
Yeah, the position's been reached like 60 times. So.
All right, it's a little bit unusual. Well,
they're still well in their prep, obviously, especially Hari Krishna, if he's, as you say, friends with Harika.
But I suspect not Morozevich. So, this is a slightly unusual line. So, could you maybe give us one of the games after Queen F6? That's interesting.
Well, we could look at this Harika game.
Yeah.
Which went F3, Queen H4 check, G3, Knight takes G3, Queen F2, Knight F5. Queen takes H4, Knight takes H4, B4, and A5, B5, Knight E5. Maybe we don't need to go further, but that's basically. So White gives up the G pawn but hangs on to the C pawn, probably, which they would often lose in these sort of positions. So it's a very double-edged position. Black squared bishop looks quite a strong piece, but
I quite like the knight on H4.
The knights have got good squares. Yeah. Well, it's a very double-edged position.
Very interesting position. But well, clearly Morozevich has been slightly surprised by this because, maybe this is a very new variation for him.
He doesn't know about the friendship between Hari Krishna and Harika.
He's not up to date. Not up to date with international chess gossip. Oh no, I should say that. I'm not implying anything. Hari Krishna is actually here with his girlfriend.
Okay, but
in this tournament.
They're chess friends.
They're chess friends, just good friends, just good friends. I don't want to start anything. Good grief. I'm in trouble already. I think it's a very interesting position. What if I'm just very boring and develop a piece, Knight F3? What's going on there? I mean, Bishop F5 or?
Probably. Bishop F5 looks like a good move. Blacks. What do you want to play, Bishop?
Bishop D3. How does Black get comp here? I'm not sure actually. Let's go back. Or maybe you just want to do this and just get castle quickly and put a rook to C8, or is it as simple as that?
I suppose the queen on F6 stops White ever playing B4, so the pawn is going to be hard to hang on to.
Yeah.
Black will probably,
I'm not sure. Of course, there's also just Bishop G4.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Bishop G4.
Same kind of thing. Maybe it's as simple as that, because, of course, this bishop is difficult to get out. Maybe that's it.
People don't seem to play the move Knight F3, so there must be.
No.
They've all worked on it, I imagine. Well, we'll see. Maybe it will be. Maybe Morozevich. He likes to go his own way.
Yeah.
Knight F3. Yeah.
So no one's played Knight F3 in this position.
I can't promise you that. One person played Bishop D3.
Curious about
A
this.
person without a rating. And players such as Magnus and Lamy have played f3 in this position.
Looks, I don't know, if I were playing with white, I think I might play knight f3 very quickly.
Yeah.
But okay, f3 is of course very forcing move, and that's a very interesting endgame.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay, do you want to make a prediction on this game?
I'm going to predict. I'll go for a white win anyway.
Go for a white.
Even though he's probably found himself in Indian preparation.
I'm going to go for a draw.
Yeah, I'm taking a risk there.
Okay, next game.
I think we've been a bit unkind to Morozevich in the first couple of rounds, underestimated him. So I think this time we're going to overestimate him.
Fine. Let's move on. Noel Studer against David Navara. Fascinating. We've got another Benoni, another Fianchetto variation Benoni.
Well, when you talked about the early rounds setting the tone for the tournament, I mean the Benoni is obviously one of the most exciting openings, so it's great, really.
But interestingly, Navara was on the white side of this yesterday, and now he's on the black side. he obviously thought,
Well, Studer's had two second game, of course, the Studer-Leko game from round one. So, yeah, it's more like a match, really, isn't it? Yeah. They're starting this little debate, theoretical debate.
Well, it's like these theme tournaments in the past, like the Rice Gambit theme tournament.
The Rice Gambit, God, I tried to make that work at one point.
Not good.
My conclusion was white sacrifices a piece and black gets a big attack.
Once again, so Studer remains true to his move Bishop f4, which he played against Leko. Just a quick reminder of how that game went. It went knight e4, takes, and then we had this fascinating double-edged dynamic position. Studer obviously confident that he can play better there, but really interesting game. And yesterday we had in the game Navara against Morozevich. Morozevich played knight a6, and we felt got a great opening actually.
He did, yeah. I think Navara felt it as well. He was pretty unhappy, wasn't he, with his position after about 12 moves. Yeah,
it went like this, and c4, which was a new move, and suddenly the knight appeared on d3, and Morozevich was setting problems already. It looked tremendous. So Navara has thought, okay, I want a bit of that. But he didn't go knight a6. He played bishop f5. So similar.
It's quite funny, we've had this position already 3 times in the tournament with 3 different moves. And the most popular move in the position is actually 10 a6, which we haven't seen yet. This has been played twice as much as any other move.
But I remember playing a6.
Yeah,
I had this, and here I played this, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And then the rook's got the b4 square, hasn't it, as well?
Yeah, I think I might have sacrificed straight away. I can't remember.
Okay.
But I either did that or played rook b4.
Okay, I remember old lines with rook b4 when this is going back a while.
It was good fun, but it was good fun until it all went horribly wrong. But anyway, bishop f5. But now, of course, knight e4 followed by bishop takes. I mean, that just looks tremendous.
That would be tremendous. In these sort of positions, it's often like King's Indian Benoni. It's often a very good idea for black to exchange the knight on f6 for the knight on c3, as that will increase the scope of the dark squared bishop and solve space problems. It's often a very good idea in many such positions.
So that's why Studer played knight h4, knocking the bishop back. Oh no, it didn't go back. Went to g4. And now after h3, Navara, after precisely 41 seconds, played knight h5.
I don't think it's the first time this has been played somehow.
I'm sure it's not.
Maybe I can have a quick look.
Yeah, well, I'll have a little look at the position. You have a quick look at your database. But I would say if pawn takes bishop, then knight takes bishop looks very attractive for black. Obviously, if pawn takes, then queen takes, and suddenly the queen is in a really menacing position on the king side. Although I wonder, even that position isn't so clear. interesting, actually, because I can support the f pawn with this one. Well,
Anyway, I've just seen
I wouldn't
that.
encourage the queen there, but
Yeah, the position after knight h5 has been reached twice before.
yeah, okay. Give me.
One game, white played pawn takes bishop, and in the other game he played bishop takes d6.
Well, okay, this is one I was just looking at. So tell me what happened. Did he take the knight?
So after, what were you looking at? H takes g4?
Yeah, knight f4. Pawn takes knight.
Knight takes f4, pawn
Takes.
takes, queen takes knight.
Bishop f3.
And now he played e3 in this game. It was Sebastian Feller against Donchenko.
Sorry, what was black's move here after bishop f3?
He didn't play bishop f3, he played e3.
Oh, he played e3. I beg your pardon. Oh, yeah, that's better, of
Probably
course.
makes more sense,
Yeah,
doesn't
of
it?
course.
It's got more coordination pieces.
Yeah, although the black queen looks fantastic, well, white's structure in the centre is actually very healthy. I mean, that's... Personally, I still wouldn't like to allow my opponent's queen out on h4. But
Well, he's not going to play g5 and try and block it in, as there's no way to trap it, and black will then play h6 and he'll be forced to capture.
so what happens after that?
Oh, you want some more moves?
I want some more moves.
Black played knight d7,
Mm-hmm.
and white played knight e4, which looks like a nice move.
Mm-hmm.
And black played knight f6.
Knight f6.
So if knight takes d6, obviously knight takes g4.
Mm-hmm.
So white took on f6, queen takes f6, and played rook b1. And now black played h6. And I'm not quite sure of the assessment, but black went on to win in 57 moves. I mean, it's probably, this is again the sort of position where the black majority might prove more important in the long run.
I love the dark square bishop. You know, it's the same old story, isn't it?
Yeah, the black square bishop's a better piece than the white square bishop,
Yeah.
and the white pawns are a bit compromised, as we saw yesterday in Navara Morozevich. The like 5 against 4 were just horrible, especially with double f pawns here. It's not quite as bad, but
Well, okay, in this position, that didn't occur. Studer did not capture the bishop, but instead did something about his dark squared bishop, and after 17 minutes,
yeah,
he
I think it's an
played
unusual
bishop back to
continuation.
C1.
Sorry, knight h5. This might be an unusual continuation from this bishop g4 and knight h5. There's only been 4 games on the database. He's played bishop c1. That seems to be new. His other move, he took on d6.
And bishop d7's gone back.
Well, bishop back to c1 is can't.
Thing is, I have exactly the same reaction as the game yesterday between Navara and Morozevich. The knight on h4, it goes nowhere. It basically has to come back again to get into the game, and yet black has actually gained a useful move
Yeah.
by developing the bishop. But also, you know, I'm looking at the slightly sensitive point on g3 and even h3. You know, tactically, I don't know. Well, as I was saying yesterday, these kind of positions are a lot of fun for black.
They are, yeah.
Just trying to hold it all together for white. You know, this was not the reason I gave up the Benoni.
No, g3 was not the reason any of us ever gave up Benoni.
No.
There were reasons with f4 and e4 and things like this,
Yeah.
and bigger
The
4
big
pawns
main
attacks,
lines.
and
Yeah, exactly.
you know we couldn't play the Benoni after knight c3. They don't play it anymore unless white plays knight f3 or g3.
Yeah, you'll notice that this was the move order
Yeah.
of the game, and black only played c5 after g3, in which case if white wants to play d5, then obviously he's playing with this. But, you know, black is not playing c5 in this position, which is what, you know, we all used to do. And then, you know, white has a massive choice of various variations. I mean, with f4 and bishop b5 check, you know, this is extremely dangerous. But, I mean, simply the main lines with knight f3 and putting the knight round on d2, I think if white knows what he's doing, I think white is simply better in those positions.
Okay.
Okay, it's another story, but This looks like a lot of fun. So, okay, Joe, predictions on that game. Early predictions. Are you going to be loyal to your Swiss comrade?
Originally, I predicted a draw, but I think I'll be loyal. Yeah, let's be loyal.
What are you going to say?
I'll say a draw.
Draw.
I think he'll hang on. I think he could be under pressure at some point.
I have no such qualms. Navara to win.
I predict pressure from black, and then not quite enough.
Right, let's move on. Nico Georgiadis against Etienne Bacrot.
Wow, they had a lot of moves.
It's your favourite line, the Berlin.
Oh yeah.
Nico declined to go for the endgame, instead playing rook e1, which I think is correct. This is a very, very safe option for white.
It's a very drawish line, isn't it? I would say. Well, white has some chances early on, but if black plays accurately, I remember looking at this a few times, but
it's not much. Yeah, the problem is that there's just basically one open file, but also
symmetrical pawn structure,
and both sides are actually can develop very easily.
Yeah.
So it's not. Trading? Well, yeah. I mean, I guess if knight takes, then the bishop is hanging. So queen takes is impossible. So you have to play here, and then, well, of course, white is very slightly better here. Well, I could be a little bit annoying with queen b3. So that's why he's played bishop b4, trading the bishops first, and only then knight takes. Well, white's bishop is better than black's. That's about the only thing. But the fight back starts here. And rook a e8.
It's not the most exciting of positions. Looks like the rooks are going to be hoovered and white's going to play d5 at some point. Maybe black will be able to play c5 and play for a win, but probably lots of things are going to be exchanged.
We can't think of a way for white to try and squeeze something from this. You know, the bishop is a very nice piece. I mean, if we can maybe recapture with the pawn after the trade. So obviously I need to move the queen. So if I play, well, let's say queen c3, can I try and be a little bit better with white? I'm trying.
No, it's possible. Yeah. But maybe black can play bishop e6. Do you think he'll be worse there?
Let's have a look. Bishop e6. So I've got to trade off. If I don't trade, then.
Otherwise.
Well, hang on. I don't have to. Of course, this is pinned.
Okay.
f4.
Okay.
So shall I try? Okay, this is. All right. Well, first of all, let's look at the sensible move. Let's do this.
So rook takes, I imagine. Rook takes, pawn takes, and now I suppose black has two weak pawns and white one, but they're quite. This could be fractionally better for white, I suppose. But as you said, he's not forced to take.
Yeah, but most likely a draw.
Looks must be a draw. Maybe white has a little bit of pressure actually, but
we could get down to some kind of position where, you know, white is taking a couple of pawns, black takes this one, but
and maybe white wins 3 pawns on the queen side, ends up with 3 against 3.
Exactly.
That sort of position, which is a draw. That's the sort of thing that could happen. It's quite interesting. He's pushed all his pawns and put them on white squares. You know, with his white square bishop, a4, b5, c6 chain. He's probably planning to try and exchange that bishop at some point.
Well, it means there are no weaknesses. There's only one weakness, c6,
yeah.
And I suppose he's cramping these
yeah.
after some big liquidation, as we talked about. Okay, let me try and play a little bit more ambitiously with white. Let me try and get something, because there is a pin here. So let me play f4. is probably daft, but anyway.
Oh, okay, well let's break the pin with. I suppose if Queen D7, you can play a move like Queen E3.
Oh no, wait a second. What about this?
Well, now what about Rook takes E6? Rook takes, and that seems to be winning.
Check here and
now Rook E4, Rook C4. Rook C4 blocking. Even after Rook E4, we can play Rook C4.
Yeah.
That seems to be heading towards a draw, would you say?
Looks like it. Yeah. Should be. Yeah, again, we've got some situation like this. Even if I try and hang on to that pawn, then the cramping pawn on A4 comes into its own.
Drawers, aren't they?
Yeah. So Rook D8 might slide out of difficulties. Yeah, okay, F4 was a little bit...
Yeah, I'm not sure about Bishop E6 either. I mean, Rook takes E5.
Let's try.
If he takes with the pawn, it gets double-edged. I mean, then, maybe...
Queen E7?
Yeah,
Can I... Yeah, but surely White's a bit better here. Let me start with just H3.
Oh, that's a quiet move.
Wow.
And now...
Just to solve
what
my
about
problems.
Bishop E6? Trying to put the bishop on D5.
Yeah, that's true. Probably I should start, instead of H3, I should probably start with Rook D1. So that after that one, I've got Rook
You can take Queen E6 and Rook
D6,
D6, and I can go Queen A2, and then you'll probably play H3.
H3, yeah.
And now it's probably not what. I could play C5. But it looks like I'm sure Etienne will prepare something more.
He's not going to rush into this, is he?
He's not going to rush
White's
into this unless he's in trouble.
Yeah, White's obviously better. So Queen C3.
Obviously, he will not want to take on E5. Really, I mean, it's an isolated pawn on D4.
Just a moment, folks. It looks to me like Nico is.
He's just hoovered
everything. That's a bit of a disappointment.
Well, I think his intentions are clear. He had a tough game yesterday, a very long game. He's just happy to make draw in this game.
Well, he's had 2 draws so far in the tournament.
Yeah,
he's done okay.
He's doing okay. I mean, he was a bit, it was a long game. He was a bit upset probably how it finished. Quite happy to make a draw, be on 50%. It's up to the other guys as well. They're like 200 points higher rated. It's up to them to make the action sometimes.
Yeah, but still, he could... I mean, Queen C3 looks like the obvious way to try and...
Yeah, it keeps a bit of pressure without any real risk.
Yeah. But this...
But maybe he can play D5 and hope to be slightly better in the bishop ending. And the question is C5, but that's quite risky.
Yeah, but the thing is, the king comes to the centre very quickly. Yeah, C5... Well, yeah, let's try C5. Risky for whom?
Oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe
be careful.
Yeah, of course.
Could be better for black, but even this endgame. I mean, to me, this looks completely equal actually. If I take, because my king comes to the centre very quickly.
Yeah,
bishop endings are always drawn.
Yeah,
is my theory.
As well. Opposite colour bishop endings are always drawn. Not always, but nearly.
Well, not always, but. I think in this kind of position, it's there's only one weakness because I always play F6, so it's not enough to win, is it?
No, not at all.
So it seems to us that after this,
probably he won't even play D5.
No.
Maybe he's going to prefer to just maybe get his king improved.
I suspect he'll do Queen E3 or something.
Queen C3,
like this.
Maybe Queen.
Yeah, one of these moves.
And just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait in this position. D5 is probably a mistake, actually.
Yeah.
There's no need for D5. Yeah.
I think just Queen E3.
Yeah, and just
But I'm gonna predict a draw on that one.
Yeah, me too.
Right. Yeah, no argument there. Let's move to Peter Leko against Hou Yifan. So Peter having a bit of a funny tournament so far. Had this amazing first round win against Studer, a long game where he really pushed, possibly even pushed, well, objectively pushed too hard, but it paid off. And then he lost yesterday against Ponomariov. Yifan has 1.5. It's the Chinese variation.
Is it?
They all play the Petrov.
Oh, yeah.
It's unbelievable. They must have had some national training camp.
Probably they've been learning it since they were 12.
Yeah, where the top 10 players, 10 or 20 players, all just kind of went into a huddle for 3 weeks and said, right, we're going to put the shutters up. They're not going to get past the Chinese wall. And Leko has selected this variation, which of course just gives white slightly more freedom. I mean, the basic point is that pawn on d6 restricts the bishop, restricts the queen, and with the pawn here it's much easier to bring this bishop into play and bring the queen into play and get possibly a bit of pressure on the d file.
Yeah, these lines have become more popular recently, as white it's not really getting anywhere in the main line, so they've switched to this sort of line, castle queen side and opposite castling.
Well, that makes life more interesting because, they work castling queenside in many variations. So, is that a risk with a pawn on h6?
Well, it is, yeah, of course.
I'm looking at,
at some point, and maybe not straight away, but...
I'm going to play it straight away.
You're just going to play it?
I'm just going to play it.
Wow.
I don't think Leko will do this, by the way.
Well, he might do.
If
it works, he'll do it.
Yeah.
And... I suppose black's going to want to put his bishop on f5.
Well, I was hoping that I could sort of do this and get my rook over very quickly, but I don't think you're going to be very obliging.
What about knight? Can we play knight e5?
Well, what I wanted to play this and rook h3. Oh, hang on. Wait a second. Can I do that straight away?
And after bishop takes, rook takes, and you think the open. Oh, okay.
I've opened the g file.
So you're threatening bishop d3. This looks quite dangerous, doesn't it? But we have a move with black. I'd like to try queen e6.
Oh dear, is that just a cold shower? That is a very cold shower.
Well.
Yeah, okay, all right. I will reserve that little idea and play bishop d3, and now I am threatening rook h3. Are you still going to play queen e6?
I quite like the idea of queen e6 on reflection.
Yeah.
Doesn't look quite enough, does it? The queen has to retreat. Oh, it's still, looks like it might be good for a bullet game. But hopefully they're not my famous last word.
Yeah, probably not good enough. Interesting though.
Maybe I could just do a quick check to see if this position's been reached.
Yeah, you have a look, and I'll try and come up with some fiendish way of preparing this sacrifice. So Joe is he's leaning to the side where he's just operating his machine. I should say we're using a database to look up past games, but we're not using a computer to actually analyse, which would help us a lot, but wouldn't be very human.
So 11c4, is that
11c4, yeah.
Okay, well, that's been played once according to my database. King b1 was the main line. Lots of moves were played: knight d4, a3, b3, bishop b5. But c4 only was played once by Lopez Martinez, and then black played bishop f6.
In this position?
Yeah, didn't castle.
Black didn't castle.
Maybe he was worried.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'd be worried.
But Hou Yifan, the Chinese have been working on this position for the last 25 years, as you've said.
Yeah.
So she knows that castles a good move.
Well, she spent almost 12 minutes over castles.
Okay, well, she's got a lot to remember.
All right, well, the immediate sack doesn't look quite good enough, unfortunately, so I'm going to preface it with bishop to d3.
I imagine black will be bishop f5.
Well, it's time for g4, obviously, isn't it?
Yeah. No, this position's obviously the weak pawn on h6 does give white attacking chances. I mean, that's why people play like this now. I mean, it's not that easy.
So, bishop takes pawn. Well, I've opened something.
I might prefer to exchange the bishops, actually. I'm not sure.
Well, okay, we need to look at both of these. But first of all, bishop takes pawn. Well, can I go completely over the top and just play rook g1?
Yeah, I'll take the knight, like a good old-fashioned 18th, 19th century player.
Yeah. Bishop takes h6.
And
I invite you to take my rook.
What about?
I mean, it's actually not so stupid, is it?
If I try and move like bishop f6, I assume you're continuing with bishop takes g7.
Boom.
Bishop takes g7, queen h6.
Queen h6, thank you very much. Game over.
Are you sure?
f5, hang on. Yeah, but wait a second. Let me just... Let's take the rook takes first. Come on.
And that's checkmate.
This is checkmate.
King h8, queen h6, and queen h7. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. So...
Well, she castled. That's quite a confident move to castle, isn't it, in this position?
I mean, this is fantastically dangerous.
Well,
okay, so
that's why maybe we could just take the bishop and we could take on g4 with a queen.
Well, bishop h6, obviously. On with the job.
Yeah. Now... Yeah, it's still quite tricky, isn't it? Maybe queen h5?
Yeah.
I'd like to try and...
Okay, well, now I have to be a little bit more subtle.
It's a bit late for subtlety.
Well, I don't think bishop takes works, does it really? So I'm just thinking if I just nudge back.
Okay, now... Probably I don't want to take because it will open the h-line, so I'd be looking to play a rook to e8, I think.
This one, I guess?
I assume so.
Because you can always duck back with bishop f8.
Yeah, and the knight on f3 is not doing much.
Yeah, queen's actually quite good on h5.
Yeah, queen is good on h5. Yeah.
No, it's not so clear at all.
This looks playable for black.
I'll continue, but it feels as though black has kind of found his feet a bit, found her feet.
Yeah, maybe bishop f8 now.
Yeah. Now the only thing is, can I get in a rook g5 and start to push the queen around? That's my vain hope. Well, bishop f6, you even got, there's even queen h6, which is
yeah, that was one of them.
I think black's okay here.
Yeah.
Seems to me. There's also queen h7. Just to...
Yeah, that's all. Yeah,
e6.
Queen is a good defensive piece here,
yeah.
And it's also, there's quite a lot of white weaknesses in this position as well. Have we had a move yet in the game? Is it after castles?
We do. Just to close it.
Yeah. And now if you
well, maybe. Sorry. Don't know if I flick in a rook d8. No, I'll play h5.
Yeah, because if you flick in rook d8, you won't be able to close without losing a pawn.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, and now if you want to play g6 next move, and if with black, if white plays g6, you can probably just take it, no?
Why not?
Because you can't play rook takes g6 because the rook's hanging on h1.
Well, it's hanging. Everything's hanging.
Doesn't look... Oh, you could play queen d7 perhaps. But I don't believe it's position for white. It's gone wrong.
And black's actually very solid here. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's probably either g4 or the game will be heading towards a draw. I mean, after bishop f5, if not G4, then yeah.
If not G4, yeah.
I suspect pieces will be liquidated and white won't play G4 afterwards. He'll just keep an equal position.
Could do just something like this.
And could go knight D4 or it's a bit dull.
Okay.
I don't think he'll be wanting to play at this with white today.
Predictions.
So, I predict. Is he going to go for the attack? Could we wait one move?
Predictions. I'm going to press you.
Okay, I'll go for a white win.
Very, very
I'll
brave.
Be brave.
I'm predicting a draw.
Yeah, I think I'm taking some risks.
Moving on, Vaganian against Ponomariov. So Rafael had a bit of a tough time yesterday. He got caught in a very nice bit of preparation from Giri Bacrot, who basically said the night before he took on Rafael Vaganian's pet variation in the French with Bishop A5, fed it into the computer.
Went to have dinner. Modern chess.
And when he came back from dinner, the computer had come up with a good idea, which he unleashed, and won very convincingly.
Yeah.
And that's probably the reason we don't see Bishop A5 very much in modern chess.
Yeah. So Vaganian maybe he made a mistake probably on move 22 or 23. He was still in the game. I had a quick look last night. If he'd gone queen takes e5 instead of queen c3, exchanging the queens into a completely lost ending. But queen eve takes e5 is still quite unclear actually.
Right, messy.
As Etienne said, in fact, after the game.
Yeah. Theoretically, the computer likes it for white, but in practice...
It's a very tough position, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, we've got this typical Fianchetto Grunfeld on the board. I think a good choice from Ponomariov, who's probably done the same. Playing as Etienne yesterday, playing something quite theoretical, but also, there's a lot of juice in the position. And he's hoping to try and catch out Vaganian, who, a fantastic player, but obviously not up on the latest opening theory. So we're going to just have a quick look at this, and then we're going to go to a break. Messy, very messy position. Joe, I'm not going to look at it too much, but give us a quick prediction. What do you think?
I predict I'll go for a draw. Vaganian's a very experienced player.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to predict a Pono win. I think it's time that Pono strikes again somehow. I think that's what's going to happen. So I'm just writing that in. There we see Rafael, 65 years old, winner of the Biel interzonal tournament in 1985. He was a member of the Soviet team on many, many occasions. Gold medal winner for the Soviet team in 1984 and 1986 in the Olympiads.
Okay.
Did he ever win the Soviet championship? I think he might have done.
He must have done. I can't say for sure without checking it. But
I'm not sure. But anyway, part of the Soviet team in the 1980s, incredibly strong player. He's also kind of Mr. Bundesliga. I'm not sure
I played him several times in the Bundesliga. Yeah, he was always scoring huge scores, wasn't he?
Yeah. Had a huge score in the German Bundesliga, playing for the German club Köln Ports, in the Ruhrgebiet. Incredibly successful. I played him in the Bundesliga as well.
Yeah, I remember losing rook against bishop with 2 pawns each.
Oh, I remember it.
You were in my team then, yeah.
It
was probably a draw, but it was it went on forever. It was, that's the sort of position you don't really want against someone like Vaganian.
Yeah.
But I remember,
Very good technically, and you got ground down in the end, didn't you?
Yeah, I did probably about 100 moves.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Yeah, the good old days. I played against him, and I had a really interesting game. I played d4, which is a little bit unusual for me, because I could bank on the opening he was going to play, because he always played the Queen's Gambit with black.
Okay.
And I found some little idea that gave me a nice little edge with white. And he kind of sat and thought, and suddenly produced some line where he sacked his queen for a rook and a bishop, and just had this fascinating position on the board that I realised suddenly, if I played inaccurately, I could just be worse. It was just, it came out of the blue. Very nice idea he found. And, well, yeah, he also had to be careful. And, well, we ended up making a draw, but, yeah, I just, in that game, got a kind of taste of his understanding and
his creativity.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, he liked material imbalances.
There's Pono at the board. Maybe we can just see what Raphael has played. He's gone knight d2. So that means the e4 square is covered, and the light squared bishop has been opened up. So we can see that. It's just a double-edged position, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, the sort of position Kasparov used to play, these sort of positions. I mean, I always, against a Fianchetto, I just preferred the King's Indian myself. I never went into these Grunfeld, so I'm not too experienced, but they're generally quite decent positions for black. But, tough game ahead.
I think, when the knight comes to c4, black doesn't need to panic because it can always go back to a6, and that's a bit of an annoying pin.
Well, he might play bishop f1 and then try and get his queen out of the way, but there might be time for b5.
There's also queen a4 as well,
yeah,
which doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, they had yeah.
I think, should we go to a quick break? Let's do that, because we've kind of run through all the games. We've had our initial look, but we'll be back after about 10 minutes. So, but once again, we've got some very, very interesting games on our hands. So do join us back in about 10 minutes' time. So welcome back everyone to our coverage of round 3 of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. And we did a little survey of the games before we took a break, and now let's rejoin the action. So let's go to Alexander Morozevich against Biel-Hari Krishna. And we left it in this position with this slightly unusual move, Queen F6, which is a little bit new. Bishop F5 and Queen A5, most popular moves in that position. Queen F6 just gets a piece out and stops B4, and black is just going to develop very, very quickly. Now I was saying that Knight F3 just looks like a very normal move, but then Bishop F5 or maybe Bishop G4 and Rook C8, just trying to recover the c-pawn, don't look bad. But Morozevich, after about just over 10 minutes thought, has gone for this very forcing line that we mentioned. And Joe, you pointed out there's been a precedent. This has been played before.
There's been several games before, including one involving the world champion Magnus Carlsen, and and of course we saw Hari Krishna's chess friend in India has played it a couple of times. It's quite a forcing line. So G3 has to be played. Yeah,
let's just see why it has to be played, because king here, a little bit risky.
Yeah.
Queen F2, does that do the job? That does the job, doesn't it, straight away? And king D1 allows that one. Okay, so I've convinced myself that we have to play G3. Knight takes G3, so obviously if pawn takes, then we can take the rook. So Queen F2, pin, so that's why the knight has to come back. And this is exactly the endgame that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it's been played a few times where white has basically managed to hang on to the c-pawn and given up the g-pawn in return. So it's a very double-edged position. Good squares for the knights, good bishops for white, queenside majority. It's a very unclear position.
A5 played after 3 minutes.
Okay.
But I'm sure that Hari Krishna knows exactly what he's doing.
I'm pretty sure we saw that was played by Harika against Slamy.
Yeah. So A5 just kind of breaks the pawns up. So it just creates a little bit of uncertainty. And the knight's now hitting the pawn on F3. Therefore king F2. Castle's kingside. Yeah, black has a bit of a lead in development.
Yeah, well, white's going to develop attacking a knight, I imagine now, with bishop b2. Did he play that? Or she?
Yep.
Yeah. So that gains a tempo back. So there's only... the b5, c5 pawns are a big positional advantage. It's a very... especially follow up with a4, I suppose, at some point. Maybe not necessary, but
they do need...
They need looking after, they need care. But, I think they're doing... they're obviously that's the main trump in the white position.
Oh no, that's interesting. Knight e2, because this can be taken by something. Okay,
it's quite interesting.
Before we look at what's happened in the game, let's just think of potential alternatives.
White needs to develop and consolidate, and then...
Well, maybe this is the problem, that it's not so easy to develop, actually.
I agree.
Where...
Consider playing h3 and f4, I suppose. Doesn't look very pretty, but that could be a way.
But I can always sort of bounce back with the knight and then, use these squares.
If I can get the bishop on d4, I'm probably...
Well, okay, so for example, if I play this, if you continue, then you might consider knight c4, actually. I want to expose that one.
I suppose I could take it and go rook d6.
It's turning into a mess.
And then knight f3 to follow. Quite a double-edged, opposite colour bishop position. Fair. So if I continue now, I have to get my knight out. Well, could sack the exchange here.
Could do. I don't know, that looks okay to black to me.
Yeah. Well, maybe black is okay in this position. I mean, he's got, there's a lot of squares. The knights are quite good in this position as well.
But I think we can see, why a5 was played, a5 and a4, because it does, create some uncertainty, not just with the c pawn, but the b pawn as well.
Yeah. They're both pawns. They can be very strong, but in the short run, they could be. Black can gain time attacking them.
Yeah. So, let's just see where we've got to again. So, knight e2 played, and Hari Krishna has, after 20 minutes thought,
played knight e takes it.
Taken the pawn.
So the obvious first move is knight f4, attacking the bishop and the d5 pawn.
Well, so the question is, do I duck back, or do I play to come in here? It feels like every move is going to be difficult.
This is a very tough position again, isn't it? I think I prefer white, but I'm just sticking my neck out, really. That's without any...
Well, all right.
White's got bishops, the position's opening. The knights...
Let me play this one. I'm not even going to bother moving the bishop.
Okay, well, I suppose I'm going to take the pawn.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to eliminate that because that knight feels too strong to me.
Okay, now I'm going to obviously recapture.
And then I was hoping to, because this knight doesn't look very good on f3, if I bounce back to e4.
Okay. Well, I don't suppose I'm going to sack the exchange and go bishop c4 check, tempting though it is. So I'll probably just play bishop c4.
Yeah. So if I give a check.
Now we have to find a square for the king. e2 looks like the obvious square.
So I better run. Which way? Don't like f8.
I don't like your position with black here, to be honest. Is there, two bishops are quite a big advantage against two knights. You can even consolidate with a move like bishop d4. And then prepare in rook d7 or even just an exchange of rooks. Rooks and bishops work very well together. Rook h5 is also on the cards. Or could have been played.
Could have been played,
This looks like it's gone a bit wrong.
Yeah, it's gone badly wrong. Looks good. Maybe I had to keep that bishop.
Knight e2 maybe is a tremendous move.
Very interesting, yeah.
Maybe I should just have a quick look to see what was played before.
So knight f4. How's he going to deal with this? Well, it's vital that those knights find decent squares, but if the bishops start flying and Morozevich manages to consolidate those beautiful queenside pawns, then he could be better. But yeah, very interesting move, knight e2. I mean, instead of sort of fiddling around with development, just... Well, it looks like giving up the pawn temporarily to get his pieces out and then the pieces fly again. At first sight, looks like a fantastic decision.
Well, I like it, yeah. Knight e2 to f4. Opening the position for the bishops, completing development.
So what's...
The knights are very awkward like this. They can't stay like that.
So let me just duck the bishop back and let's see.
Just take the pawn again.
Yeah. No. See, I didn't like the look of this knight sort of looming over into black's position, but perhaps I just have to put up with that. So this knight doesn't look great, so let's put it back here. I could put it to e5 actually. That might be a better move. Because there's a chance, well, on a good day, of menacing the king. And of course, taking would open up the f file. That might be a better square. I hope it is.
Yeah.
Well, it covers c4, of course, preventing the bishop
it
getting...
restricts the white bishop on f1, maybe a little bit, from coming to its ideal square. Maybe a move like rook g1 could be a good move now. It's always good to threaten something.
Okay.
Or you ignore me.
I'm going to ignore you. Oh, you're... My brain is going. Oh, mind you, is that so clear?
No, well, we can play rook g3 first.
Yeah, well, I was going to come back to g5.
Oh, okay.
Then I threaten something.
Well, now I like to play bishop g2. I'm very happy to play bishop g2. Yeah. You can play knight c4, but then maybe I can drop the bishop back even to a1. Oh, wait a minute, are we not? We haven't got any. We're threatening bishop takes e5 as well. After knight g5, we can just take the knight.
Oh yeah, but then this is very tactical.
And then knight e7.
Check.
Or we could have gone knight e7 check.
Oh.
That was my idea. And now take the knight.
And now I take a rook.
And then we do. Oh yeah. I was trying to mate you, but it's not going to work.
Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean. You wanted to play, knight g6, whatever.
It's not going to work. Okay.
That was one of the most random variations
ever seen in live chess commentary.
Yeah, I think it's called kick and run chess. That's not going to happen, I'm telling you. Well, it just shows the kind of weird and wonderful tactics that are going on. But
basically, black needs tactics to work, otherwise it's going to be quite a lot worse in these positions. White now has a positional advantage with the queen side, plus the bishops are very strong. So, but sometimes in the short run, the knights can create chaos, and maybe black will be able to keep the game in the balance with tactics.
I should say that's the actual position on the board. Black has just taken here, and Morozevich, as you can see, he's pondering his situation at the board.
Are there any other moves apart from knight f4?
Well, we should probably have a look, because he's been thinking quite a long time. Yeah, interesting. I wonder what. At the moment, I don't see any other move. Well, primarily because knight f4 just feels such a natural move, so that my eye is always drawn towards it. So
I suppose you could play knight d4 doesn't look right, does it? Knight takes, rook takes, knight comes back to f5. That looks wrong.
Looks fine, doesn't it?
Well, I could play knight takes, pawn takes. That looks horrible. But
yeah, but why when knight f4?
No, he's not going to do this. I know, but yeah.
But it's curious that he's spending so long over this.
Yeah, knight f4 looks.
Just
play knight f4, and then maybe that he's a little bit rusty. He's not practically at his best. Good just play knight f4 and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Let black make the decisions.
Maybe I wonder if he's going to come back straight away. That's another thing. But of course, after capturing, then we still get this kind of position that.
This position, I don't know.
Feels a lot of fun for white, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless we can hit something quickly, but bishop c4 is kind of gaining a tempo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook c8, I suppose. Yeah, rook c8 maybe.
Yeah, but then bishop c4.
And then king move.
Let's do this here. Here.
Rook h5, maybe attacking two knights.
This is horrible.
Black's pieces are just hanging loose.
I'll take that one.
Yeah, there are tactics on there. What's your plan?
It's a very good question. No, it's just Hein. No, all right, that's not working. All right, so at the moment we feel that this seems, well, quite promising for white, although, we're not entirely sure what Hari Krishna has planned here. He did think for 20 minutes before taking, but so presumably he has something up his sleeve. It is a very, very complicated position. Perhaps we should move game. Let's switch over to Noel Studer against David Navara. And let's just see how we got there. We left the position after bishop c1. And the bishop dropped back to d7. And Studer has played a4 in order to perhaps prevent b5. But that leaves the b4 square available, and which Navara is trying to exploit with knight a6. The knight has come back. Yeah. So in a sense, black has gained a move with this move, bishop d7. Queen c8. Attacking a pawn.
It's a strange move still.
Queen c8.
Yeah, it's not really...
Well, I wonder what his intention is after king h2. Is there something tactical? Just curious, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's in black's favour, these two moves. The queen on c8 is quite passive.
It's an odd square. He must have had something in mind. Well, let's see how Studer answered it, which was knight g5.
Well, he's coming to e4, I suppose. That's his plan. And then attacking.
Knight b4, g4, these are the moves. Knight f6, bishop f4, attacking the pawn, and h6. Some of those moves were quite mysterious, well, to my eyes at any rate, I have to say. I'm not entirely sure why... knight g5 looks kind of weird. Queen c8 also looked weird because we can't, at first glance, see what the idea was with this move. I don't know. I mean, it seems odd to play like this. When he could, for example, have just played a normal move, knight b4,
knight b4, yeah,
straight away. Curious. Breaking news: we have our first result of the day.
Oh, okay. I'm going to hazard a guess. It could be Nico against Etienne Bacrot.
You're absolutely right. So before we get back to, there we go, we have two empty seats. And if I look at the board, we've got practically an empty board as well. We'll probably be joined by them fairly soon to go through this riveting game. All right, we'll leave that pleasure for the moment. They're going to join us in a second, but let's just see where we've got to in this game. h6. So you mentioned maybe the knight will come back to e4. Is that legal? Can we do this? What's going on here? He's going to ditch the exchange, isn't he?
As usual in this line.
I think that's...
For a knight this time.
It's de rigueur. Can you take a pawn? Still got to watch out for this one. That move
doesn't look so good, does it?
The move Queen c8 looks very strange.
He's not going to... This exchange hack doesn't look enough because white can just take on d6.
Very odd. So I wonder what he's got in mind after this move. I think Nico and Etienne are trying to escape.
Yeah, I don't think they want to talk to us about that game.
They're trying to slip out of the tournament hall without us noticing. There's a certain sheepishness about their demeanour. They're going, come on guys, don't be shy. We won't make too much fun of you. Okay, so we're joined by Etienne Bacrot and Nico Georgiadis, who are going to explain themselves. Thanks for joining us. Don't worry, I won't detain you for too long. Nico,
There isn't too much to talk about, I think.
yeah, were you just feeling after your very long game yesterday that you needed to take it a bit easy today?
Well, the thing is, my last Berlin game, I played against Viktor Lesnička with white and played d3, and I got crushed completely.
What is this?
So I decided for now just to play safe and yeah.
So you played d3, and
I mean, I was hoping he wouldn't play Berlin, but okay, he did it.
so after d3 you say you got crushed. So
Yeah.
basically you just feel that white's game is in its last throes here.
Well, it's also equal, and I thought that he was playing those positions better, that he would play those positions better than me. So I just
You decided.
decided to play something else, something more safe.
Yeah. But didn't get really anything at all.
No, nothing. Of course.
Just one question. Sorry, just one question here. You liquidated into a drawn endgame.
Yeah, here
You don't think you're a little bit better?
I think it.
Okay, if white will be better here, there will be many games played like this.
No, I think it's completely equal. There was one game, Anton Guijarro against Vallejo Pons,
Yeah.
and it was a draw agreed after a3, I think.
The first game was Fiedler Topalov, where
Yeah,
Topalov found this strong bishop d7 and b5 a5, and okay, just
Okay, but just for the sake of argument, if
Queen c3 I wasn't thinking about. I was thinking about Queen e3 or Queen f4, or just g3, but Queen c3 didn't.
but I would just take on e5, no?
Yeah.
just take an e5 and
Rook takes.
Doesn't-
D takes.
No, but
well,
this, this might be even good for black. Yeah.
yeah.
You
I,
think
I,
so?
I didn't like this D
okay,
takes e5.
how? Go
Okay,
on.
queen e7.
Just Queen e7. If we shuffle over, I don't know, something like this.
Bishop e6.
Bishop
Or
e-
may-
Do I take?
yes, take.
With
Queen takes.
Queen,
eh?
take.
Queen, Rook. If I come in,
Ah.
in like Flynn.
Okay, we need to calculate two moves. Okay,
Yeah.
here maybe still queen f5 should be more or less okay, but
Okay, I don't know. I think many moves.
I can tell you're not convinced, but still, I was just curious because I mean, if
Yeah.
white wants to play,
I didn't
then-
like this structure because in general this structure could be dangerous for white, I think.
Well,
If you just put the bishop on e6, I like black's position, but maybe it's not so easy.
but yeah, it's not that easy, obviously. I'm just curious. It's not so simple.
okay, maybe we can. Okay, we have to think. Maybe. We
Yeah,
can
and
start
of course
with
you're not
h6.
obliged to take. Start with h6. Yeah. Yeah, of course you're not obliged to take.
Okay, because we need one tempo in the other lines.
Then I might play
So
h3.
h3, yeah.
I also need this move. Well,
Yeah. Okay,
maybe the next game. Okay, listen, I appreciate it's nothing special, but still, no. So basically, you had a long game and you decided to, liquidate everything.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about Queen f4 or Queen e3, but didn't see anything because there's always these c5 ideas.
Queen f4 and
There's,
then
I think there's c5 immediate. No, there's bishop e6 also here.
in this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's okay, isn't it? Yeah, that one works. Yeah, nothing special. Anyway, listen,
Yeah.
I'm not going to torment you guys.
no, but this position is well known after Rook a8 that it's.
Yeah, it's been played
okay,
before.
I need to think after Queen c3 for to be exact. Yeah.
Okay, but
okay, it's clear that it's.
Yeah,
shouldn't be anything
equal, must
special.
be equal.
Yeah. Okay, jolly good. Well, enjoy your afternoon. Any plans for this afternoon, or is it just preparation for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Who are you playing tomorrow, team?
Maybe Alexander Morozevich.
Okay.
I need to recheck it.
Nico, how about you?
Playing Vaganian. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, I'm right.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You've got your task for this afternoon.
Let's hope they play long games.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, listen, thanks for joining us. And
maybe you have more interesting games now to check.
Well,
especially.
But what's been greater?
Morozevich-Hari Krishna was looking interesting.
Well, what's been great about the tournament so far? We're just saying, actually, there seems to be a real fighting spirit, and the games have been fantastic, actually. So yeah.
We're the exception with that game.
Well, this is the exception that proves the rule. All right, guys. I'll see you later. And there we see Hari Krishna deep in thought. Let's just go back to their game.
Yeah, I had a quick look at this position whilst you were chatting with Etienne and Nico about their masterpiece, and seems to be knight g5 in this position.
Knight g5
was the best move.
Yeah.
And I had a quick peep at the computer, which suggests the position's about equal.
Really?
Yeah. Tactical ideas, I suppose, keeping.
Well, there's a threat straight away, of course. I was trying knight e5. Excuse me.
Actually, the computer, of course, gave a strange move. We won't look very often, but knight g2, it was suggesting, was the best move.
What?
Instead of knight takes d5.
In this position? Knight g2? That's absurd. Absolutely absurd.
He was suggesting white was fractionally better after knight g2. A move we would never, ever have considered.
No.
And maybe Morozevich will.
Well, if he plays that, then I will...
What will you do?
Oh dear, I better be careful.
The chess public will hold you to it.
Yeah, they will. Actually, there are a few witnesses.
Okay.
I won't say
Let's
anything.
move on.
Let's move on. Knight d5. Yeah, knight g5 with a threat, which would check the king. Now, what are we going to do about that?
I suppose if we play rook d4, you can still play knight e4 check.
I could do, yeah.
I'm not sure it's good, but it's
why not? Very
take
nice.
Knight, bishop take.
Bishop c4.
Okay. Oh, take on c4.
I could play rook d8 as well. One of these.
Oh. It's quite complicated. So we can go into a strange rook ending, or
just incredibly complex.
So what will you
So
play? Why don't we take the knight straight away, and then we get behind our passed pawn.
Yeah, check.
This is looking much better.
Takes.
And now probably just c6, and you take on b5, or
c7, rook here, rook d1. Is that lost straight away?
yes.
Yes. So I've got to take here. It's almost lost straight away. Yeah. Okay. I shouldn't really be rushing into that headlong.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't.
But after, yeah. But here, of course. Well, let's be sensible. Let's play knight f5.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't believe rook d4 is a good move somehow. It's just.
And of course,
maybe 97 check, just to.
Sorry, 97 here.
Yeah. Just to. Perhaps c6 even.
C6. It's a fairly direct strategy, isn't it?
Well, I'm a bit worried about. The pawn was under fire on c5. You don't seem to like the look of this.
Takes. And now if I bring the rook into play, or can I just hit the knight? Yeah, I'll hit the knight.
I was more inclined to take back with a knight on z6, actually.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
just
that
to
doesn't
give
look
an
right, does it?
outpost and...
Yeah. Looks better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And now for my next trick, because that's what it feels like at the moment. It feels like I'm dealing in tricks. Okay, check. Ooh, hang on. Okay, I've just got to show this.
Okay.
So king e2, bishop check here, and here we go. Ta-da! Checkmate. Also not going to happen. But actually the check is a bit annoying for the king.
So he has to play king e1.
King
Do it
e1.
the other way around.
Doesn't quite work so well this time. Yeah, but that's a bit annoying, isn't it, for white to have the king back here. Mind you, if you're threatening just to make a queen. All right, I play knight f5. Let's hit this guy.
The least of my worries. Bishop d3 or bishop g2. One of them moves.
No, it feels so shaky. I suppose I can defend the knight.
It's shaky, but the whole position's hanging together by tactics.
Yeah, I mean it's a mad position. It's the kind of position I would have thought Morozevich would kind of excel in. I should say that is the actual position on the board. Morozevich has just captured on.
He didn't find knight g2 then.
Fine. He didn't find the wholly bizarre knight g2. I'm not surprised. If he had, well, anyway, I've learnt over the years not to make any kind of predictions because you never know what's going to turn up. So we leave that one and continue our round. We were starting to get to grips, or attempting to get to grips, with Studer against Navara, which we are baffled by queen c8 because it attacks a pawn, but the queen is on a very odd square. Normally the queen would be on c7, sometimes e7, sometimes coming out here, b6 or a5 or something. But c8 is just a very awkward square for the queen. The rooks aren't connected. After this pawn is defended, we still aren't exactly sure why king h2 wasn't played. But instead, Noel has played knight g5, which just introduces more complications. And the game has lurched on like this. We weren't entirely sure why that one wasn't played. But actually, yeah, this exchange sack is possible. I wonder whether he could play f5 here, actually.
Okay.
That was my thought, to break up the pawns. I mean, that could be quite interesting for black.
Yeah.
Maybe. Who knows? But in any case, Studer's played knight f3. And we've got some more moves, actually. It's gone h5.
Wow.
And now he's taken on g4. Extraordinary.
Well, all to play for. Knight or bishop takes g4. Bishop.
I think, yeah, bishop.
Bishop will activate the queen. The knight. Well, knight is also quite nice because, but bishop.
Let's do bishop first,
Bishop.
and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'd like to play queen f5 to h5 or something like this. Well, I mean,
to me, this one seems like a lot of fun for black again.
yeah, I mean, the white king is very exposed. There's no pawns on
Yeah.
no h and g pawn in front of a king.
Well,
in the long run, that's going to be.
Yeah. If we could somehow transplant the queen to somewhere over here.
All you need to do is transplant your rook on a1 to g3. This is a position to swing a rook, if we can, because the rook will then, defend the king quite well.
Well, then you've given me a good idea. Okay, I'm not entirely serious, but
No, but I mean, this could be an important defensive idea in these positions.
But yeah, at the moment there's stuff in the way, but And David has, in fact, taken with the bishop. After a minute's thought, let me just check the clock times. Curious about that. Wow, Studer has just 25 minutes remaining. Navara has an hour and 13 minutes remaining, so that is a chunk of time on the clock.
Well, that's what often happens, as we said yesterday, with these top players. They play very fast, and they put them under pressure. But I'm not totally convinced by the way the game has gone, really. I mean, this Queen C8 move, it's worked out quite well, but White could have just played King H2 and none of this would have happened.
Yeah, it's bizarre,
it's
isn't it?
G4 and the whole thing seems, it'd be interesting to talk to the players after the game.
It felt to me as though around about here, it's like Studer was, with this knight G5, it's like he's sort of trying to get too much from the position, striving a bit too hard. I don't think his position can't sustain it somehow.
Yeah, he probably needs, he's undeveloped actually. He needs to develop again. The bishop's been undeveloped somehow.
Exactly. And this knight has gone from G1 to F3.
Okay, both sides have been going back and forward, but
yeah, it feels very odd to me the way he's done this. But there's another thing in this position which occurs to me, is that Black could well be simply threatening to play Rook D8, attacking the bishop, and then the D pawn drops.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, something as banal as that. I don't like this at all for White.
No.
Well, okay, let me withdraw the bishop. Let's put it back on H2. Well, the reason I was putting it on H2 and not G3 was because of the potential of knight here. I don't know whether that's being overcautious, but anyway, I'll put it on H2 and see.
Also, you want to keep the third rank clear for the rook, of course.
Oh, good point. For that lethal counter-attack around about move 35. Well, I might be able to play this. There's also D6 as well.
Yeah, I mean, White's got, the past D pawn, maybe some knight B5 again, some point coming into D6 or C7, trying to find the good positive points in the White position.
Well, let me play in a very straightforward way. Let me just play Bishop H3, and I want to play Queen G4.
Okay. Maybe, yeah, this is...
It looks very dodgy, doesn't it, for White? Very dodgy indeed.
Well, it should be dodgy. I mean, there's no cover in front of a king.
Yeah, let me just check Bishop G3, because I'd rather, have that.
Yeah, the bishop is better on G3 in these variations, of course. Yes.
But I'm just worried that it just gets hit straight away, and opens up the position in some way, and then drop back. Could play there straight away. Okay, I'll do the same thing. So now Queen G4 is, some kind of a threat.
I'm not liking this at all for White. The rook on E8 is quite active, the knight on B4, as well as the pieces attacking the king.
It's not good. Well,
No.
We have a move, and Noel has played Queen from D1 to D2. All right, that looks far better than the nonsense we were coming up with, because at least the Queen can try to head over to the king's side, as I was demanding, actually. Why don't I kind of act on my thoughts,
So you're planning to meet rook D8 with
Yes, I don't
Queen
know.
F4, then knight H5 maybe.
Or how is Bishop E7 actually? Let's try Bishop E7.
Okay, Bishop E7 looks quite a good move.
Quite good.
Yeah, it looks like a good move. So if we continue with Bishop H3 as planned.
Yeah.
Now you want to play Queen G5?
One of these. Don't know which one. Well, if Queen F4, then this one drops. So yeah, let's go with Queen G5 then. How's Knight E4? Quite like the look at that. Well, I guess that's got to be taken.
Okay, now we're threatening Rook G4, obviously.
It's quite nice to get rid of that knight because suddenly we've,
Yeah.
not to mention.
We talked about this earlier in these Banana King's Indian positions. It's often a good idea. This looks very difficult.
Looks like trouble. Excuse me.
Bishop H3 makes most sense. This is a logical follow-up.
Definitely, yeah. And still looks, I think we can say, highly problematic for white.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue our little survey. So let's move to the game between Peter Leko and Hou Yifan. Let me just check the clock times. We've got, wow, Peter has only 23 minutes remaining. Yifan has just over an hour, playing incredibly quickly. We left the position here, where Peter had just played bishop d3, and we were toying with the idea of g4. And Yifan, after just five and a half minutes thought, played f5, which cuts out any of that kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
now that we see the move, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of thinking, oh yeah.
Well, I was quite happy with bishop f5 for black. I didn't really believe in nonsense, to be honest, but it was fun. But I think this is another interesting option. It's quite typical in these positions as well, I think.
Well, cuts out the bishop, stops any chance of g4, prepares bishop f6. It's quite nice.
Yeah.
And of course, it's very important. It kind of opens up the seventh rank as well. So white can't really entertain these ideas of knight g5
Yeah, it's
now.
a defensive move as well. You're right. Yeah.
So it looks good.
Knight d4. Right. Oh, that's interesting.
Could have
She's
traded.
keeping the tension. She could have traded, but maybe she's worried after a move like bishop f6 they've been left with the worst bishop. Because she's played f5. Maybe that could be fractionally worse.
But okay, knight e5 is much more interesting anyway. So c4 is under fire, and now bishop f6. Some nice dark squares to look at, and bishop e2 from Peter. So black to move. Now, what are our first impressions here?
I suppose it's somewhere between equal and fractionally better for white. I'm not sure if two bishops are much of an advantage here.
It's hard to get them going because if white wants to get rid of that knight, then f4, of course, has to come, and then the knight will sink in on g4. Which doesn't look too clever, not to mention all those squares down the e5.
Probably want to play a move like c5 in order to increase the scope of the white squared bishop. But that would probably be a useful move.
Well, let me try this one first. I wonder if it's possible to get a bit of I've also seen, of course, that this might be the simplest way to do things, that in order to try and get something from the position, white can trade queens with queen d5, which would ensure that there's no potential counterplay on the black squares.
If it's a sort of move I'd like to keep in reserve.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, wait until black wastes time with move like a5, or I wouldn't be in a rush to play queen d5. But
sure,
definitely,
but it's nice to have it.
It's a very nice move, and black's probably not going to want to waste a move with king to the h file, as that would be quite bad for endings as well.
Yeah, I mean, the more I look, the more I think, well, yeah, this feels certainly more comfortable for white.
I think it's sort of a fractionally better for white, I would say. You feel a bit more than a fraction.
Well, I think these next moves are actually really important, because if white can consolidate, then he could have a really long-term, very small but long-term and persistent advantage. I think Peter would kind of enjoy that kind of position. But
so maybe the key factor is going to be he's 40 minutes down on the clock, so it's going to be quite hard to maintain an advantage.
Yeah, but can she find something to, create something in this position? For example, I'm looking at knight g4. Obviously, if I can grab one of those bishops, that would be good news. Is bishop f3? Is that a slight problem? No, because I can just take
c3, and then we take back the pawn.
With the pawn.
And we're threatening. You don't want to play a move like queen c8, do you?
Not really. So
but opposite kind of bishops.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this move.
So if we play queen takes d6, you can take on e3 check, and then if we move our king to the b file, you might be able to start a huge attack. So you don't want to get involved.
No. Well, black is obviously fine here.
Yeah, maybe knight g4 looks like a. And if we take on g4, you just take back, and the black pawns are a little funny, maybe, but it doesn't look like very much, does it?
No, it looks absolutely fine.
Black's probably threatening to play queen e5.
Yeah, and f2 after the trade.
Yeah.
F2 would be. Well, that's okay. So I wonder what he's got planned after knight g4. There's our next little mystery for us to solve.
Yeah. Well, I suppose he could go bishop f3 and rook e1, but then maybe queen e5 will happen.
Here?
Maybe. I'm just
Rookie one
looking
here.
for things.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's
Queen takes e3, but I'm not really suggesting this.
No.
But it doesn't look too bad.
Well, okay.
Why? It doesn't actually look
what
too bad.
What about rook h3?
Okay, that's probably. That's probably a slight improvement.
Queen e5.
What about just rook a8 maybe? Threatening knight takes f2. Maybe there's no rush to take.
Yeah. But I was just looking at this, even this.
Yeah.
And taking just queen f7.
Yeah, this looks fine for black, to be honest. I mean, with opposite coloured bishops, it shouldn't really be a problem. Even if he drops a pawn, he can play with c6.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking white has to be a little bit careful in that situation. So, all right, well, we're a little bit perplexed. Knight g4 looks fine.
No, the position looks about equal.
I'm predicting it's going to be a draw after knight g4.
Okay. Did we predict that earlier, or did?
What did you predict?
Oh, I took a gamble.
You took a gamble.
Yeah, I took a gamble on Leko. I was hoping that your g4 stuff wasn't nonsense, but.
Well, she's doing a big think here. But mind you, she does have the time. She's ahead on the clock. She's just checking stuff. Okay, let's move on. So we've got Rafael Vaganian against Ruslan Ponomariov. We've had quite a few developments. We left the position here, very complicated. An exchange and bishop g4. Another very interesting dynamic position.
Yeah, lots of interesting strategic decisions, giving up bishops for knights, and
But that's a really interesting move. So e5, giving up a pawn, and Ruslan is having a bit of a think here. Has he overlooked something? He's a pawn down, queen exchange threatened, knight is threatened. Has he overlooked something? So queen d2, but then I play knight c4, which defends the pawn.
defends everything.
Defends the bishop.
Yeah.
And then on the next attacks the queen, and then thank you very much. I wonder. Is he looking a bit uncomfortable in his chair there? What's he overlooked? I wonder. So what if we trade or play knight d5? I don't know which one. Let's play knight d5.
Knight d5. Knight d5, and he's attacking with 2 pawns.
No, he didn't overlook this, did he?
He can't have overlooked this.
No.
This is, you know.
It's too obvious.
So if white will be happy to exchange queens, maybe, or play
e4, yeah,
E4
e4 I
first.
guess gets one of them off prees. I'm still looking at this, but I think knight c4 still does the job, doesn't it? Should be okay.
Still defends everything.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to just go back to c7. Doesn't look.
Well, what if I'm brave and come in? Actually, that's quite good fun. And then you never know, something slams to the second rank. I have no idea. It's also incredibly complicated. So there's a threat of taking on g2 and playing rook d2.
He'll play knight c4. Maybe you can play with b5 afterwards, but after taking on g2, then knight comes into d6, and rook can take on d6, takes bishop b2. These sort of variations. There's all a lot of it. All could be based on tactics.
But you could just exchange here, and I mean I'm sure this is fine for black. King looks very bad to me.
Well, he's a pawn down here. Rook d2 can't be played because of bishop c3.
No, but
I wouldn't.
well, one thing is I can if I want to liquidate, I can play this.
We have rook d1.
Rook d1.
I think this position's actually very good for white.
You think so?
We just need one move, like f4, and then you're in big trouble. The a7 pawn's unprees. Maybe not straight away, but.
Okay, I overlook rook d1. This is kind of crucial.
Yeah. Maybe we should just go back a little bit. It does look like. Go back. So we think knight d5 looks like the best chance. Maybe you could take on b5 and knight d5. Could that be better?
Okay, let's try. Takes here, knight d5.
At least then the knight's not coming to c4, which is a really good square.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So now we're attacking 2 pawns.
Second rank play starts to look more interesting.
So e4, and we just come into e3, maybe. Of course, maybe white could play rook d1 to start with, maybe give back the pawn. Could he sort of hope to gain the advantage like this?
Yeah, absolutely. Feels to me as though white always has some kind of resource to even just, liquidate in some way, or hold the position.
Well, he's got a good centre and he's got 2 bishops. He should be able to give up the pawn and maybe maintain a slight advantage somehow.
Yeah, the only thing is that second rank is weak, and that's what Pono has to somehow exploit. I don't know, there's something about that move knight d5 that I quite like. But maybe I can do better here. how did we do this here? Takes, and you just played knight c4. Very simple. I was going to say knight d3 here. So there's no rook d1 in this case. So knight takes.
I would just take and go f4. I'm going to pawn up all knight. The knight d5 is coming. The position's very bad.
That's a bit of a party killer, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a great pity. Well, no wonder Pono's having a bit of a think here.
What are the clock times?
Let's have a look. To me, he doesn't look that happy. Clock times, 39 minutes remaining for Vaganian, 38 minutes for Ponomariov, so very even, nothing special. And that is the position on the board, and we can't see anything clear for black. And if there's nothing clear, then white should be okay.
Yeah. Or better.
Yeah. Before we sort of go on with the games, I should say that there isn't just this Grandmaster tournament taking place. There are lots of tournaments here. We've had Rapid tournament, Rapid Opens, Blitz. There's going to be a Blitz tournament on the free day, actually.
Yeah, the Swiss Blitz Championship's coming up, which is usually a great event.
On Saturday?
On the free day, is Saturday or Sunday?
I think it's Saturday, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's usually a good event. There's a Master Open, there was an amateur tournament, there's various other events. In the past I had like tennis, chess tournaments and boxing, chess matches and things. They have quite a lot of stuff going on here, which is why they have 2 weeks. Yeah. This year it's been a little bit less, but they like to have 2 weeks so they can fit all their events in. Yeah, exactly. So it's been a great festival here in Biel.
Yeah. And of course we should say it's the 50th anniversary, and there hasn't just been these round robin tournaments, there's the Opens, but there have been interzonal tournaments here for the World Championship.
They've had 2 interzonals, some great Grandmaster tournaments in the past, as this year. Yeah.
Sure, it's not 3. I think they've had 3.
Oh, they have had 3. You're right. 1976.
1976. There's a fantastic tournament book.
I've got it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's wrong. Yeah.
No, it's a really beautiful tournament book from 1976, and that was an incredibly strong tournament. Did Larson win it?
Can't remember.
I can't remember. Isn't that terrible? I love the book though.
Yeah. It's got a great history of chess here and great chess culture in Biel. I used to play for the chess club in Biel for 15 years. We had people like Korchnoi and Hort in the team, and Yannick Peltier, and it was a great team. I mean, finally there were financial troubles and it's not quite as good as it used to be, but I spent 15 years, nice times playing for Biel.
Yeah. And
they were the best club in Switzerland. Usually, Zurich might disagree. There was usually a battle between us and Zurich.
So how many years have you played in the Biel Chess Festival?
Oh, actually, it's a bit sad to say, but I think my best ever tournament was 30 years ago. In 1987, I won the Blitz tournament and qualified for the World Championship in Blitz in Canada. Which had like huge prizes. Mikhail Tal won the event. It was a wonderful event. It was during the candidates in St. John. And I think that year I came second in the Rapid, first in the Blitz, and like 4th or 5th in the Open. So that was probably my best. So, time has moved on.
Good stuff. And I mean, Biel, very attractive location. Of course, there's the lake. And you had a bit of a cycle this morning.
Oh, this morning
keep you toned.
Well, maybe. I think it's a bit late for that. Yeah, this morning I lived in a town nearby called Neuchâtel for over a quarter of a century. So this morning I went there to collect my bike on the train, and I cycled back a couple of hours. It's just absolutely beautiful. There's 2 lakes, Lake Neuchâtel, Lake Biel. There's the Jura Mountains with the vineyards, and there's a lot of beautiful little villages along the way, and I heartily recommend it to anyone. Yeah. You don't have to do it by bike. You can walk, you can drive.
Well,
But, it's a wonderful, wonderful area. It's a much underappreciated part of Switzerland. I mean, people think of the Alps, but this actual area between Biel and Neuchâtel is quite beautiful.
oh, it's a great view. I have my morning routine. I like to walk up the hill into the forest there.
Yesterday, you acted as Morozevich's agent, and today I'm acting as the agent for the tourist board.
Yeah, exactly. No, I like to walk up the hill every morning into the woods, the forest there, and yeah. Well, I found it a bit depressing this morning. I walk up the hill, and suddenly there was this kind of, I could hear this pounding behind me, and there's two guys just kind of sprinted by me as I was, out of breath and walking up the hill, and they were running up the hill. I felt crushed. But anyway, it's really beautiful, and you get an amazing view over the lake and the city. And
Yeah. No, it's a nice area.
yeah, absolutely beautiful. So, of course, the festival will be continuing in years to come. I'd recommend it to everyone. It's a wonderful event. We should get back to looking at a bit of chess. Let's switch to Morozevich against Hari Krishna. And we can see Alexander Morozevich, who's sitting alone at the board. And this position has continued to be incredibly complicated. So it went knight d5, that's where we left it. Rook fd8, threatening the knight. e4.
Well, I didn't really look at e4, but I suppose defends the knight nicely.
Well, we were, in fact, in this position, we were looking at knight g5.
Yeah.
But rook d8, e4, knight g5, attacking the pawn, bishop d3, defending the pawn, and now f5, trying to undermine the position of the knight. I mean, this is an incredible position.
The first reaction is what happens after knight e7 takes f5.
Well, also, I have to say, my reaction is, after the pawn has moved to exactly after the pawn moves up, it opens up this bishop, and I'm thinking, if I can get a rook to the g file, it could be curtains. I mean, f5 is an incredibly risky move. So you want to play knight e7?
Well, it's the obvious move we need to look at.
Let's check it out. So I play king f8. Is there anything wrong with taking? Takes.
I don't really understand, to be honest.
Well, perhaps I can attack that pawn. But in the meantime, there's rook g1, which could...
Yeah, rook g1, and if h6, h4.
Looks dreadful.
Looks dreadful.
I mean, these bishops are just monsters.
Can we just go back to the position before? Played f5, maybe?
I mean, f5, this is unbelievable.
Can we just see why? Maybe just what was the point?
I suspect that Hari has overlooked something. By the way, it's gone in a very different direction. After f5, Morozevich has played knight f5, knight b6 after 14 minutes thought. F takes e4. It's all kicking off.
It's hard to guess their moves.
I'm still itching to play rook g1. I just wonder whether I should. I think that the spirit of this tournament is you never take pieces.
Yeah.
You just continue.
But rook g1 allows knight h3 check in many positions.
Okay,
so
well, I won't do it straight away.
We won't be doing that just yet.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the point, actually. It was always allowing that. It's quite tricky to switch from game to game, tuning into positions. So
yeah, but we still haven't.
Grizzled old grandmasters often blunder pieces in the first few seconds until they.
Not just the first few seconds, I'm telling you. Yeah, but we still haven't found. No, wait a second. Was this the idea? Something like rook takes bishop. Takes. Check. Am I getting anywhere, or is this just nonsense?
I'm going to go rook e8, so no.
Or knight takes here, check, here. And now, well, you want to play rook e8 check here? This is his idea, surely. Check. But king f4?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should just point out, of course, if king takes, then I have bishop g6 check, but simply king f4. Just stepping round. This is all very strange. We've got another move. Just a quick recap. f5, knight b6 takes, and Morozevich very coolly dropping the bishop back.
Well, Morozevich just wants the queen to c-pawn. If you can exchange rooks and then play c6, the pawn is almost home. I mean, that must be his...
Well, for example, rook here, takes.
Takes.
Let's just play the obvious one. Takes. Threat c7. Well, the only move I can see is bishop e6,
Bishop e6.
It looks absolutely disastrous.
Does c7, I imagine, and now
Rook, don't know
rook
where.
f8
Check.
Maybe there'll still be tactics to save him.
Maybe. Okay, but we don't need to rush.
No,
I
we
mean,
can
maybe
move
rook
our
c1. Rook c1.
We can then bring our king back, maybe after, without...
Yeah, somewhere, sure. I mean, this looks horrible.
Those knights are not well placed to stop that pawn queen.
To me, I think black just could be lost in this position.
Yeah.
It looks like utter disaster. Incredible. I mean, in this kind of position, we mentioned earlier that if there is some kind of tactical mistake is made, then the position can just collapse because of those bishops. And it looks to me as though Hari Krishna has made some kind of tactical oversight, some variation didn't work out, and his position is falling apart. Well, let's move on. Let's go back to...
Maybe he can play... No, okay, let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. We can see Hari is deep in concentration at the board. He had a very long and tough game yesterday. I think what we'll do actually now, because I can see that Studer and Navara haven't made any more moves, I think we should take a short break and come back in maybe 10 minutes and see how the games have developed from there. Okay? Welcome back to our coverage of round 3 of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. It's tea time here in Biel. We've put the kettle on and time for the English tea time. So I hope you're doing the same at home, wherever you are. And, well, there hadn't... Oh, yeah. The first game we're going to go to is Noel Studer against David Navara. I was looking at the boards and seeing for changes in the moves. But quite a lot has happened in this game. So we left it round about here, where Studer just played Queen D2. And we liked Bishop H3, didn't we, Joe?
We did, yeah. I like this move. I think, yeah.
Just feels very natural, doesn't it?
It feels like, just exchange one of the defenders of the white king. And, our bishop's not that great as well. The white square bishop for black in the Benoni, he just wants to get rid of it. So, if we can exchange it under these circumstances, I'd be very happy.
Seems to just kind of destabilise White's position completely after that. And so suddenly, I don't know, everything looks a bit shaky, all these squares, all these light squares. But instead of that, to our great surprise, after 34 minutes contemplation, then David has played Queen F5. Now, I've noticed this in some of his games, that he's a big calculator, and sometimes he just goes into the tank. And maybe, he's just kind of calculating lots of variations.
Maybe he gets carried away in variations. He's not that interested in the result. He just gets obsessed with lines, wants to analyse. I remember the great practical player, Dr. John Nunn. He always said if you fought more than 20 minutes, you're making a mistake. That was the maximum.
Well, I think he has a point, yeah. And of course, John Nunn, a very practical player, a very sensible guy, really.
Well, the main problem was what John Nunn can see in 20 minutes would take most people a couple of hours.
Good point.
That was his advice.
But John was a very, very practical player.
Yeah, he wrote the book Practical Chess.
Yeah, good sound advice. And along the same lines, this is one of my favourite quotes that Larson always used to say, also a very practical, pragmatic player. He used to say, long variation, wrong variation.
Okay.
Sums it up rather neatly, really.
Yeah.
Because in some ways, the more you calculate, I suppose the more chance there is of going wrong.
I remember also, I think when Fischer was asked by an amateur player, how far do you see ahead? And he just said one move, but it's always the best.
Yeah. But it's funny, that line has been attributed to so many different players.
I heard Fischer.
Capablanca.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, it goes back. To be honest, it's been, the origin is sort of lost in the mists of time. But yeah. But I think we've made our point. So it's gone Queen F5, Bishop takes C5, Knight takes, some trades, and now this seems to be in the spirit of the tournament that one doesn't simply recapture a piece or capture a piece. Instead, you avoid it, and Navara's played Knight E4 instead.
Could we just have a quick look at the position if he took back?
You mean Knight takes?
Yeah, Knight takes Knight. Just seems so natural. Is there a...
Can you play Knight H4? Is that the problem? Knight D4, Knight H4. Well, let me try that one first. So
I'd like to play Queen H5, I suppose.
Yep. And
then you think Bishop takes D5, Queen H4. Yeah, I suppose it doesn't look too bad for White now.
Don't know. So it's still very tricky actually, because
the king is exposed. So
exactly.
You don't have to checkmate the king at once. Even.
But I don't know how to capture this piece, because I was actually thinking Queen takes D5, but then suddenly, I've got to be very careful about Bishop E5 and E2 is on prise. So I don't think the danger's passed.
No.
So he could have done that. Instead, Knight E4, and they've reached an end game. 2 bishops. Oh, still not so clear. Knight C7. And Bishop F6. We have more moves. yeah, he's taken the rook on a8. So once again, we have, in this variation, incredibly complex, black has given up an exchange, has 2 bishops and a pawn. How would you assess that one, Joe?
First of all, every game that Stid has played, his one side has been the exchange up or other. I think twice he's, yesterday, but a game against Leko and yesterday. How would I assess this? Well, it's not as good compensation for black as we've seen in some of the other games. I mean, he's got 2 bishops, but the queen side isn't so strong. I would assess his position as slightly better for white. That would be my initial assessment. Good chances to make a draw for black, but I think Navara's gone wrong, basically. I mean, this knight e4 takes e5 and giving up the exchange seems so unnecessary. I mean, he was the one with the initiative, the one attacking. The white king was weak, and I don't really understand. He must have overlooked something.
Must have done.
I mean, this is not a position he would have gone into willingly from the position he had.
I mean, I think you might well be right. Could be slightly better for white. I think this is going to end in a draw.
That is what I think will be that's the most likely result by far.
Because I mean, black's pieces, all black's minor pieces are still very, very active, and also there are just too few pawns on the board. So I think actually should be fine for black. But it's still double-edged, if white goes wrong here.
The white rooks can be quite active. The white rooks are quite good in this position. A lot of open files.
Yeah, but at the moment that rook isn't brilliant. I mean, how do you activate? I mean, it's white's play, of course.
Rook c1 looks like a reasonable.
Okay, let's try it out.
A reasonable start.
Yeah. And of course, the move I would like to play, b6, opens this up, and probably knight d4 is a reasonable idea to hit this and that. So I won't go that. Okay, let me think. Yeah, that's actually, I think that's quite an important move. If rook c1 is good, then suddenly
maybe white be able to play with a5 as well.
Yeah. Okay.
White square bishop on g2 is looking quite a decent piece.
Well, let me try knight e4.
Yeah. Well, now I would like to occupy the 7th rank.
Rook c7. Yep. Yeah, of course. I've got to watch out for f7 at some moment.
You can play knight c3 here.
Yeah, that's what I was heading for. But still, I've got to be very careful that you don't suddenly turn in this direction.
Yeah,
I'm worried about this.
You're attacking 2 pawns, and I can't.
Here.
Yeah, now if you take on a4.
Yeah, and just now, do I take this or I could take here, or do I play knight somewhere? Knight d4 I think can be met by rook d8. It's a little bit annoying. Perhaps I play, and this looks very odd, but what about that move? Opening up bishop, and I perhaps want to just sit it on d5 eventually after I've snaffled something on the queen side.
Well, maybe you can just go bishop c3.
Bishop c3 is a bit annoying.
Yeah, a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
I think maybe just take on b7 instead of.
You think that's
maybe
a bit fancy?
In some ways, black won't mind losing this exchange on the queen side, even if he loses 2 pawns against 1. I think white's pressing though. It's not quite equal.
Not quite.
Probably play rook c7 again.
Now, do I go in or do I come back? I'm going to go in.
Okay, I was looking at knight e6, knight d4 as an option. Quite maybe. I'm not sure if it's good. No, it's not good, is it? Probably it could be good. It could be good because I know we can't.
Opening this
because
up.
the bishop on f6 will defend. Sorry, it doesn't work. Yeah.
Well, anyway, knight e4. I don't know how sound this is.
Well, rook a2 looks like a good move.
Yeah.
And
a5.
now knight somewhere. Knight d2.
Yeah, and I've managed to.
Back position pieces are a little bit shaky.
Now I've messed up completely. So I should have played knight e6.
After rook c1 at the start, I feel that white has got a slight pull, and
Yeah.
black will have to play accurately.
Rook c1 didn't happen. Knight
Okay.
d2 has been played instead.
There we go. Also, ideas of.
Well, it's
maybe-
logical, of course.
Well, probably he wants to play e4, f4, e5.
Well, no, I'm thinking this actually.
Knight c4 to d6.
Yeah.
Many ideas.
And not to mention rook c1 again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I agree. White's slightly better.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what happened with Navara here. I think so. He had several opportunities. He had a good position. But now he's fighting for a draw.
Well, probably rook d8. We need to get that rook away from the long diagonal. And then rook c1, hitting the knight. Do I have time to flick in bishop e6? Because that might be a move.
And rook to a3 allows bishop b2. So where else can the rook go?
Yeah, that's a problem actually, isn't it?
We can go to c2.
Go to c2, but then I can take on a4. And
then we have to take on b7. But this looks a better version than the other one.
better for black.
Black pieces are better. I'm not saying he's not better, but he might not be much worse. Well, that's right, I like knight d2. Restricts the rook a little bit.
He's just played rook d8, by the way.
Okay.
Rook d8 is on the board, so yeah, Navara.
Maybe he's going to play knight c4, as you suggested.
Yeah, but
And bishop e6 still can be a little bit awkward. I'm not overjoyed with knight d2.
there's also rook d4 in this position.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Feels okay for black, doesn't it? I think black's going to survive.
Yeah.
Okay, let's shift games again and let's go to Peter Leko against Hou Yifan. There we see them in deep concentration at the board. Yifan's better, isn't she? Let's see how that happened. She, after bishop e2, well, she did play this move knight g4.
Oh, okay.
Well, which looked
Yeah.
absolutely
We
fine.
were looking at rook h3 and or just takes.
Yeah, but
Takes is the move to equalise, we thought.
looked equal to me, but
Yeah. Just
could be that Leko is slightly worse in this position because that rook has come down to f3. I think, yeah, White's problem is what exactly you're playing. Does he just want to play b4? Have I completely misassessed the position? I might well have done.
what b4 create a passed a pawn and get a
Yeah,
queen
exactly.
while the rook is out of play on f3.
Yep. I've misassessed the position.
Well, let's have a little think.
c5. Shut the thing down.
You can still go b4, but after c5, it's still quite
That's
interesting.
true.
But then there's no real.
We've got another move on the
real
board.
threat.
Bishop f6. So after b4, does she want to come here? Probably. I guess that's the idea. To hit this guy. That's the answer.
This position's quite visually confusing.
It
I
is
was just
very,
wondering about bishop.
very confusing.
And has black got a plan to improve? Because there's no breaks on the king side really, and g5's not really a break. There's no breaks.
No, because g5
Yeah.
can always be met by
yeah.
h5.
Well, or even take some. Yeah, maybe. But there's no real breaks. There's a.
No.
So it's quite hard to see how black
This one coming here.
can actually, if white just... How's white going to wait? King c2?
Well, I was thinking rook d5. I don't know. It feels like a reasonable move.
Yeah, I think the position's probably equal.
Rook here. Should be.
Looks
Yeah.
equal.
Does look equal, doesn't it?
Is there any way for the black king to get involved? Not really.
It's hard to imagine any other result, isn't it, really,
Yeah.
than a draw.
Looks like a draw.
Yeah.
Maybe black has a nominal token advantage, but... Yeah.
Heavy going. Let's switch to Vaganian against Ponomariov.
We've had some moves here.
We've had a lot of moves. It's went down exactly this line.
Where do we leave it? Queen b5?
Well, we were looking at knight d5 in this position.
Yeah.
But instead of that, queens are being exchanged. And knight d5.
We also suggested that it might be better to lure the knight away from c4. The knight coming to c4 was often very strong. So... And he just snaffled a pawn on a7.
Knight a7. Takes on e3. And bishop c3. Let me just look at the clock times. This could be interesting. Rafael Vaganian has 22 minutes remaining. Ponomariov has 14 minutes, so he's down on time. He's a pawn down as well.
How many moves have they played?
They've played 25 moves, so 15 moves. 16 moves for Ponomariov. So he's under pressure here. Now, how serious an advantage does white have? I mean, there's no question that white is better.
I suppose we have to try and hassle him quite quickly.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing I noticed is that rook d3 isn't possible because of a check and a bishop b4.
What about rook d1 now?
Rook d1.
And king f2.
King f2.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So I think for the moment white is stable. That's the point I was making.
Yeah. So the move knight d5 perhaps.
Try and shake things up a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't want to lose this guy. So I better... Well, hang on. If I play rook d1, does that help?
If you play rook d1, I'll play rook b8.
Good point.
Attacking.
And well made.
And I wanted to play rook b8 as well, probably, after bishop b2. Just somehow...
So, wait a second. That was the position we had. Bishop was on b2.
Bishop was on c3, I believe, you said.
Yeah, but it was this position, and it went takes.
Sorry.
Bishop c3. Sorry, back here. Here, takes, and bishop c3
That was
played.
his last move, okay.
That was the position on the board. So after knight d5, if he goes back to b2, then they're actually repeating the position. So is that what he wants to do? And now...
Well, black could even think about a move like knight f4 here. Because then he could get... Seems to me that gives excellent drawing chances. If he can eliminate the bishop pair, the rook's going to be very active.
Well, clearly in the opposite bishop ending, that's no problem at all. But
That's
what if I play... Well, it's a bit of a problem because I've got to keep hold of the e-pawn.
Exactly, you've only got 2 squares for that bishop.
Yeah.
Well, you can go back to c3, we just had that position. But that's an improvement.
So knight d, that's the position on the board. Knight d5 looks irritating.
It's the sort of position black has to hassle white very quickly. If white can stabilise with a move like f4, or he's probably just going to be winning.
Well, what about this?
Yep. That's a decent option, but
Bishop e5.
bishop takes it.
Let's try.
And if rook e1, we can just play bishop c7, or rook a8,
Or bishop d4 check.
or bishop d4 check. There's a lot of moves. So I think this bishop a5 doesn't look good.
No.
Well, maybe he's happy to repeat once, of course. You know, I mean, he might just go back to b2, and then if knight e3, he'll find a better move.
He's not going to do this, is he? And now just give the pawn and
No, he's not going to do this because after rook b8,
here.
rook b8's coming. You know.
You think
He's
straight
gonna-
away?
Yeah, why not? There's no advantage for white in these sort of positions. The b pawn's quite weak.
Yeah, I was just looking at some weird tactics, but yeah, there's always a check. No, it's nothing doing there.
Bishop c3 was a funny move, really.
Let's go back. Well, there's a threat.
No, I suppose it's just the threat of knight g2 and rook d2 check. Doesn't want to play bishop h3.
Yes, could well. Is the problem knight d1? I think that's the problem, because now, okay, we're hitting this, and you can't stay on this diagonal. So here and then, well, this could actually be very dangerous for white.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe he misplayed it.
Yeah.
Knight takes a7 was sort of quite a safe move, I think. I think there might have been many ways to...
In this position. Very interesting.
We quite liked e4, didn't we? I think we were looking at e4 earlier. But it was all very complicated. But knight takes a7 is like the safe version.
Yeah, but I think this was a different position, wasn't it? Because we were looking at the positions where the knight was coming to c4.
I think we looked a little bit at both, but
Did we?
yeah, mainly with knight c4, yeah.
But this does look fairly safe. Although I've seen Ponomariov has not played knight d5. He's played bishop f8. Does he think he's better here?
No.
Wanting to come in here.
Well,
So
bishop f8 stops the check on the back rank.
It does, exactly. Now there's a threat of rook d3. Well, knight d5 looked like an obvious move. So maybe he just feels he's just got enough activity anyway, just to equalise without difficulty.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision.
Well, for me, a surprising decision. I mean, what if I give this pawn?
Well, you're probably going to make a draw.
Here and bishop h3.
Could even play knight f5.
Knight f5. Super solid.
Rook's very active, the black rook.
Yeah. This is the problem, isn't it? It's the second rank.
Yeah.
The white king isn't secure, so it can be hassled by the bishop, sometimes by the rook. This is the basic problem. It's gone bishop e1, bishop f8 here, bishop e1. Very sensible indeed.
Yeah.
Wanting to come here. So are we going to see knight d1? Let's give it a go. Yeah, it's nonsense. f4. Now, you know, after this, let's put the king in the corner.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
That's not good.
So this bishop f8 is quite
All
might
right,
be slightly risky.
let's hoover this.
Oh, this is what he's going to do, of course, and the position's probably just a draw.
So rook here. Do I check first, or
I think he's probably going to...
I'm going to check first.
So we have to go king h1.
Yeah, now I take.
We'll take. And he can't take on c5.
Well, I was hoping that rook d1 was very strong.
Yeah, that's why.
I think it is very strong. Isn't it? Yeah. So takes, and now should be a draw somehow.
Yeah.
If we can trade the rooks.
Probably just going to play rook. Probably just activate the rook now to start with. What do you think?
Just all the way, rook d2. Yeah, maybe this move.
And then after rook f1, bishop d4, and then f4. And then
Well, I was going to play here actually.
yeah,
I mean,
okay.
f4 and c5.
Yeah. This
Should
is,
be able to trade the rooks, and then
this is looking.
looks like a draw. That position is on the board. In fact, after rook c1, he didn't bother checking.
It's just taken. Yeah.
Must be a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not enough to win with
No.
opposite coloured bishops. Plus black is active.
Let's go back to Morozevich against Hari Krishna. That, oh my goodness. What an utter mess we have on the board. This is unbelievable. I mean, it's just like they picked up the pieces and just dropped them on the board. Random positions. Pieces scattered in all four corners of the board. I think we should see how we got there for a start. Well, we left the position here, and we felt that the tide was turning in the direction of
we saw f
Morozevich.
takes e4, bishop e2,
Oh yeah, this is the
and
position.
then I was about to suggest something, and we decided to move on. But I mean, it was rook takes d1 and rook f8. I was about to say, and then we moved on.
Well, he's played rook f8 immediately after 20 minutes thought. Let me check the clock times. Wait a second. 10 minutes remaining for Morozevich, 22 for Hari Krishna. Knight takes rook. Bishop c4 check.
Wow.
The king has staggered up the board. Check. The king has gone backwards. It's like a.
So the actual material is white is currently a rook up.
Yeah. This
Okay.
reminds me of a drunk being thrown out of a pub at closing time and staggering home. Oh, he's got some material back.
Okay, he's now attacking a rook and a knight. Rook d7 looks like is that what he played?
That's threatening something nasty on g7. Finally, we
Yeah.
get some kind of hit on g7. Knight e6 protecting g7.
Rook g1 or knight c7 look like good options.
Knight c7 played.
So if knight takes c7, we have the no, please.
This one.
Yes.
Excuse me. And then, yeah, we'll do that one instead. Thank you.
I wouldn't take that knight.
You wouldn't. You
No,
think it's
I'd be
what-
purer.
What's more aesthetic? Rook g6.
Oh,
We can argue about the
no,
aesthetics.
we're not going
of
to
this
argue
position.
about this. Okay.
Okay.
Knight c7 was played.
Knight 7 played.
This looks like it's falling to pieces.
We've said that before, and it didn't quite.
No. Has he moved yet?
No.
Is that the position? Knight c7.
That's the position, and Hari in a huddle.
Isn't he just losing?
Well, it would appear that way at first glance.
We haven't got a computer.
We're not looking with a computer, but so if I do something obvious like rook f7.
We'll just exchange.
Okay, what about knight f4?
Okay.
That defends the knight.
And now I just want to take on e7 e6
Yeah.
and play rook e7.
Well, I'd better defend this chap. So what if I do this?
Okay. Oh, well, actually, we can just take the b7 pawn as well, can't we? I mean, maybe, I'm not sure now or...
Then it's my turn.
Yeah. Okay, rook e1, bishop c3's come in, or king d2 to defend. The white pawns are stronger.
They
The
are.
white pieces are stronger. It looks like...
Looks very bad.
Just knight c7.
The reason I was laughing there is because I'm going to come clean. I just took a very... Normally we're not using the computer, but I've just taken a very sneaky peek at what the computer said, and it says that after bishop b5, another ludicrous move, it thinks that black is actually okay. I've turned the computer off, and now I've got to try and understand why. So what happens after knight takes bishop? Is this the move? e2. I mean, this is unbelievable chess.
Instead of knight takes bishop, we can't take on e6, just point out, because if bishop takes d7, is that right?
I suspect.
And now if knight takes f8.
e2. Can I play e2?
Well, if e2, we take on d7.
Oh no.
So you have to...
I coolly recapture the knight. Well, black's only the exchange down here, and he's got 2 pawns. So if I sit my bishop here, well, apart from this stuff, but actually that could well be okay for black, is what I'd argue.
Okay, so this bishop takes b5. Maybe.
He's played it. He's played bishop takes b5. And he's getting up from the board and having a stroll around. Does he have this under control? It looks like it. I tell you what, if he'd calculated this from the way back, then
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
incredibly impressive.
It's more likely he stumbled across it by luck, I would say.
I've got faith in Hari. He's a very strong player.
I know.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And he seems to be just about okay.
So we're going back to knight takes b5. What was
here, e2.
E2. So now he's threatening rook f1 check.
And maybe e1, but yeah, rook f1, of course, the principal threat. Incredible. I was going to suggest rook d1 here.
I was going to suggest rook e1.
Absolutely bonkers. I see. We have another game finished. Breaking news. So we're going to be joined, hopefully, by Peter and Yifan. Okay, let's shift over. Please.
I was white, okay.
Okay.
Only because of this.
Well, maybe the real question is who holds the mouse?
I can, it's no problem.
Okay, good. So, we've been joined by Peter Leko and Hou Yifan. Do you want to just go from the top very quickly?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Can I close this?
No, don't close that. Whatever you do, don't close that.
No.
Whatever you do, don't touch the big red button.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
That's good.
Nice, okay.
Yeah.
Well, basically it was already a difficult question because I was hesitating to go e4 or d4, but finally I decided to go e4, then e5, knight f3, and knight f6 was kind of a huge surprise.
A huge surprise. This is the Chinese variation. Everyone in China plays this, it seems to be. Well, not everyone.
Yes, some players, and also there's some games recently, but okay, I mean, I did this like last year, well, like 2 games, I think I was playing, what I can say. But okay, I didn't play it really in recent tournaments.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I knew that it's not a bluff because my opponent already played knight f6 against Magnus in Vaikansé. So, and yes, it is the Chinese variation. But I mean, I was basically looking forward to some Italian, and in this case, I was already thinking why I didn't go bishop c4 like Fedoseev against Vangier in the last. But okay, Black has also some other setups. So I did not believe that I have to worry of this.
Okay, but just before we move on from this, I mean, as you said, many Chinese players do play the Petrov. Now, why is this? Is this just fashion, or is it just, or has there been? Could you explain that?
Actually, I don't have a clear idea. I think first of all, it was Wang Yue who played Petrov, and I think he has done some successful results, and then probably it's kind of encouragement for the other players and trying for the same variation. But okay, I mean, actually nowadays there are like few mainstreams, and this not belong one of them, but still there are some players playing. So.
Yeah. Oh, still many
basically
players.
Then also Li Chao, his friend started,
Yes.
and then already there were two of them, and then they were kind of analyzing all the lines. And I also had a match with Li Chao there. We also played the Petrov. Actually, what's the problem with the Petrov? For me, it's actually psychological, because it's basically in 2008 I was working as the second of Vladimir Kramnik for the Bonn match against Anand, and it was clear that we have done tremendous amount of work on the Petrov in general. And then after that, in the match, there was no Petrov because Vichy played 1d4. And then I had the chance to play a lot of games with White, and I was winning kind of almost all my games with coming up with some new ideas. And then I somehow put it in my mind that probably no one against me wants to play the Petrov, but the only problem is that almost 10 years passed since, it's people catched up, and also the problem is that I haven't been playing much lately, and I still have little bit these old memories. Yeah, that of course they will not play the Petrov kind of attitude. Yeah. But here we go, and okay, so let's go to the game.
Sorry.
Yes, basically okay, Queen d7. That's the starting position. Here I have tried all kinds of move orders because it used to be a nightmare for Black, but nowadays already they have figured out against all the move order tricks how to react correctly. I think one of the last thing I came up with b3, bishop f6, h3 against Li Chao, I think. And after this, then everybody started playing this Magnus, Dominguez, and it became like a main theory. So I decided to deviate from this, and suddenly I remember that 2 or 3 days ago, Grishuk played this c4 novelty.
Oh, did he?
I think it is a new move against Yuan Ji in their match.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it, actually.
Yeah, probably it's not in the database yet. But a part of seeing that he had won the game and going quickly through the game, it looked to me like Black did everything wrong what he could in that game. And okay, I spent like 10 minutes for c4 because I thought that, okay, probably my opponent prepared against all the setups that I have ever played, plus this. Because it's a recent game. So if you go with Black to this variation, and 2 days ago your countryman lost a very important game, then it's clear that this is the first thing you're gonna check. That was my thought, but nevertheless I decided to try it.
How much of Peter's statement is correct?
Well, some. I mean, of course, I've been following the game, but not checking carefully with concrete ideas because it also happened. I think almost our tournament is going to be start, or maybe the rapid day. So basically, I just knew this game and to check it a little bit. I mean, of course, I knew that the game went not going well for Black because this double F pawn reached the end game, and Grishuk won very, promising. So
yeah, maybe let's
I
just
decided
show.
to avoid it.
Yeah, please show us the game.
In the game it was bishop f6, which is a standard move, and I think that was Grishuk's trick with this move order, because Black's next move is always bishop f6, but here suddenly after knight d4, knight takes d4, bishop, it's quite standard. Now if black would take on d4, queen d4 castles, then because of this h4, h6 includement, white gets some g4 ideas. This is slightly dangerous, considered to be. And Hou Yifan reacted like in many other positions with king b1 lines, there used to be this reaction. And now white went queen f4. And with pawn on c3 and king on b1, in this position bishop e5 used to be a resource, because then takes, queen e5, bishop takes a2 check. Is kind of, I mean, there are all kinds of this. Yeah, I had a game against mates in Vaganian, which had this position with king on b1 and a3, a6 pawns. So just to give you a hint that how many nuances. Once I played with b3, one time I played with king b1, b3, I played king b1 and a3 and all kinds of craziness. And here he got finally what he wanted, because in the game, did he castle or take on d4 already? I don't know exactly, but finally got something like this. This takes.
Okay.
And and bishop e2. And it suddenly turned out that the pawn on c4 is quite useful, and also very nice that the king is on c1, not on b1, because in the end game rook d4, king d2, and he was able to coordinate forces, and white was pressing. So there is a point behind c4, and I'm also sure that even after short castle there is a point. But normally it was clear to me that if black plays short castle, it can only be done after some analysis, because usually people say that after h4, h6, black is not likely to castle short.
Yeah. Well, of course, there's an obvious sacrifice, but
unfortunately it doesn't
we couldn't
work,
make it work.
Bishop h6 takes, and bishop f5 is the problem, because if black would start with just relaxing rook f8, it runs into the typical bishop d3, bishop f5, rook h3 mating idea. But
that's what we were doing.
Exactly. But bishop f5 and then also queen e6 is a threat, and somehow one tempo is short. And another craziness. Okay, for c4 I spent already like 11-12 minutes. Now I spend another half an hour and played a terrible move. A move which I actually did not even consider, because I wanted to make knight d4. I wanted to play knight d4, and my problem was that after knight d4, bishop d4, most probably I suspected that rook f8 is gonna be played, and I couldn't make up my mind here what is the best setup to put bishop now on d3, but after bishop d3 there were some d5 ideas, exactly. I mean, there was this d5 idea, and because of this I decided that finally after already spending half an hour on all these positions, then let's go bishop d3. If black plays now bishop f5, then I'm gonna take, and now go knight d4. It's slightly surprising that I'm changing so many pieces, but in fact it turns out that the queen on f5 is a target, because now I'm coming g4, g5. That was kind of my big idea.
I see.
That's why I went bishop d3, and once I played bishop d3, I saw immediately that f5, and it just kills, and white cannot fight for any advantage whatsoever anymore. So I was just extremely angry of this turn of events. So probably knight d4 should have been played, and it would be a double-edged, complicated game.
That's a very comprehensive explanation. Yifan, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I basically agree with Peter's idea, and also I was also planning to play rook e8, because I thought after c4 maybe there's some extra d5 opportunities, because normally the setup was pawn on c3 and white can slowly improve.
Exactly,
but when pawn on c4, probably black can create some counterplay on time.
Right.
Yeah, but also after f5 and knight e5, suddenly there's no attacking chances for white.
Yeah, it kills it completely.
Difficult to
Yeah, basically
improve.
my biggest problem is that I don't want to go knight d4, but next is bishop f6, and then I'm not going to go knight d4, and
you could be worse very quickly.
Exactly. Yeah, and this pawn on c4 is also a target. Some bishop f6, queen f7, and some a6, b5 is coming quickly. So basically, I was just extremely angry with myself that why didn't I spent 25 minutes on knight d4 and then chose instead bishop d3, which I have just spent emotionally that why not bishop d3, and I mean terrible time management.
So how do you explain this? Are you a bit rusty, or what's going on?
Yeah, I mean I'm not playing much, and I'm working a lot on chess nevertheless, but working on chess a lot and playing over the board are two completely different things. First of all, I always try to find the best. But okay, if you are at home, it's kind of, and you are checking with engine and you combine your ideas and the engine's idea, it's quite easy to advance very precisely. But once over the board, then you have to make a decision and you are not 100% sure what is more correct. Then you get very much involved in some thought process, and then you get suddenly nervous that, okay, it's a game, let's make a move, but you still don't know what move you are planning to make, and already half an hour, you lost already half an hour, and then all the tension is extra growing, and then you make some stupid mistake, just one move, and after F5, basically it's game over. I had to understand that I basically have to just have no ambition whatsoever and just play for safety.
And, well, in fact, if we just go on a little bit...
Yeah, I mean, okay, you are going quickly, but, I mean, the problem is that I don't want to make any of these moves. I want to keep the tension, yeah? And there was also this moment that with B3 I was... my last chance I thought was to provoke F4, because it's a very interesting move, F4. I don't know if you considered it.
If you take?
Yeah, I mean, bishop takes F4, knight takes D3 check, C takes D3, and bishop F7.
Yeah.
And play with the two bishops and claim that the white king is exposed, and some, I mean, there were some ideas like A4, A6, then bishop F6, and if the knight goes, then just B5, and AB, A4, and if CB, then C6, breaking. I mean, CB is not a move, because, so this was looking dangerous at first, but I discovered that I have this G4 move, which is very strong and very important, because now I want G5 and I also want knight F5 myself. Queen takes G4 is not recommended because of rook DG1, and in fact it turns out that black is just one tempo short, really getting that counterplay, because if it would be black's move and would start with bishop F6, I really would prefer to be black, but just this G4 and...
Bishop F6? Here if bishop F6?
I mean, here if bishop F6, okay, I had...
Knight F5, but then bishop E6.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to give this pawn. I mean, I have some rook G1 and then some bishop takes H6. And besides, I think I can even maybe move back the knight to C2 or even
probably.
to E2. I mean,
Did you consider this sacrifice seriously?
Well, not like move by move seriously, but I mean, after bishop F7, I mean, I had this idea but didn't continue because it looks to me a little bit too slow for black. Of course, the things are coming by, but still, I mean, there's still like tempos need to be done. So
yeah, that was the reason why I did not take already on E6 here, because I could have saved myself like 20 extra minutes and already time would be important factor. Anyway, black would go bishop F6, but okay, I at least managed to find this idea that, okay, it's at least interesting, because here the embarrassing thing was I cannot do anything interesting anymore. I mean, okay, I'm playing with white, so I feel obliged to do something, yeah, this is always my way of thinking. But here, unfortunately, I'm just blocked completely.
Yeah.
And I have to be precise, yeah, because I mean black is so active. And there were some. Okay, I could start also with bishop E2, but it's just the same. So I decided to take bishop E2.
So
Okay.
if I start with rook E8
Here?
first, yes, and I'm not sure if you could.
What's the difference?
Maybe, I mean, queen d5, I didn't really see the exact difference.
Yes.
I mean, I was thinking maybe to hold the knight on e5 first, but somehow there will never be any threat.
Yeah. Then you might not get the two bishops later. I mean, I might keep them, but not that it brings me anything here. But yeah, bishop E2. Okay, knight G4 is clear that it's gonna be played. There was one interesting line here. I mean, how to try to lose with white, yeah? Because, I mean, it was not obvious if this... I mean, I did not want to play bishop takes G4. I played it because there is nothing else. I was looking at move like this. I mean, just as another opportunity. No, it's takes, but it's also just trying to make a draw, basically. However, after takes, there is this very important rook A8. Black is not losing time to protect the B7 pawn, because then I can go E4, F4, H5, and I just lock everything down. But rook A8, bishop takes B7, rook takes E3, now h4 pawn is still kind of a problem, so h5 is a threat, so I have to go h5, and now bishop c3 is coming. And now I'm in a complete box with, with the king. I mean, it might be just lost in long terms, because black, I mean, how he gonna win, but I mean, how black is going to proceed, but the king can simply maybe march to g4, and finally some exchange sacrifice might happen, you know. It's, I mean,
you should,
I
of
saw
course,
this.
to entertain this possibility when you can just hack the knight off. Of
Yeah,
course, you're not
no,
going
I
to do
mean,
this.
Yeah, of course, yeah. No, it was just, okay, you start already looking at all kinds of nonsense.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so takes, queen d5, takes, rook a8, king d2, b6 and g3. This is important for white, that white just puts the pawn on g3 first. It looks ugly, but I just defend everything, and the only idea with bishop e5, rook f3, bishop takes g3 will never work, and it's just
Pretty equal.
it's
Then,
just
yeah.
a dead draw. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we're very grateful for your explanation of what's happening in the Petrov. Actually,
Well, we don't know what's happening. Actually.
No, but these subtleties are quite extraordinary. Very, very interesting. Well, anyway, listen. Thanks very much, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you
See
very
you.
much. Yes.
Bye. So I think we have another game finished actually, which is Rafael Vaganian and Ruslan Ponomariov have finished. Ruslan, do you want to join us? I don't know whether Rafael is here, but anyway, Ruslan is going to join us. Just 1 second. Pascal, could we have the monitor on? Yeah. Thanks. Ah, well, that's the first time I've seen the final position. That's fairly conclusive. So Ruslan, just very quickly, complicated game.
Yeah, it's complicated, but all these complications were in general like just to find some draw, I don't know.
Did you overlook something with his sacrifice, or?
Not really. I don't know. I just decided that I should try to fight. That's why I played more sharp opening, like Rundfried. But then I started to look at my position, like, okay, white is quite solid, like pawn d4 very good protected. Like, what's my ideas in general? I don't know. I'm not so familiar maybe with this opening, because I play many other openings as well. And so some lack of experience. I don't know. I remember that Kasparov normally played lots of games against Karpov in such variation.
Of course, yeah.
But I guess maybe Karpov played something wrong. Maybe he tried to play knight d5. I don't know.
But Rafael played pretty well
Yeah,
today.
he's very classical chess player. He knew all ideas, like very calm. I know. I suffered quite a lot. I don't know, probably there should be some advantage. I don't know, I decided to play in this moment like e5 sharp moves, because I thought, okay, if I just play f4, knight c2, just, I don't know, two bishops, just slowly will improve his position.
Looks,
two bishops center.
could be very dangerous.
So I should do something, I don't know. There was, I'm not so sure about knight a7, but okay, it's...
Yeah, we thought maybe e4 maybe.
Because
This
maybe
position.
even possible was something like to play rook d1, I don't know. If I take, I don't know. Even this should be like simple play, king goes to the center, I don't know.
Yeah, could be dangerous.
Could be also dangerous. I don't know, at least material is equal. So I don't know, maybe I could find something. And here, yeah, I don't know, I calculated some variation. This, I didn't like that. Maybe he will play something like bishop h3 and knight d1. He had something like bishop a1, so he's still protected. So here my idea was idea that now bishop h3 I have knight d1 and no square on a1, but okay, it's bishop c3. I don't know, I also calculated some variation like this. I want to give check, but he plays bishop b6 first. Maybe knight c3. I calculate some strange variation like this. Maybe knight d4, king e3. Like looks like it's like if I just coordinate my pieces, they draw. But what I should do with my knight?
This looks like it looks like a study from Kasparian.
How I will escape? It looks very dangerous. Maybe even bishop d4, because if I just take, he will just.
Take.
I'm playing without literally pieces. I don't know. Looks like I'm losing here. So I found some chances bishop f8.
We thought in this position, bishop f8 looked okay.
Yeah, look okay, but I'm pawn down and.
But we also thought just knight d5.
But maybe
Is it
bishop
possible?
d4. I don't know. This idea.
Yeah, but then knight f4.
Knight f4. Not. Is it possible bishop b6? I don't know somehow.
Did we?
I don't know.
Maybe we overlooked this.
Rook b8, maybe even bishop a7. I don't know.
No. I think we overlooked this. Yeah.
It was not so sure. It's okay. I played bishop f8, like protecting this 8 square now, maybe somehow. And here I don't know. It looks interesting to play maybe f4, because the idea of fight rook d3, rook c1, bishop a3. He has bishop e4 just in time to protect. So in fact, during the game I thought maybe to play this, rook b8, rook b1, and bishop b4, and somehow like exchange, like to play 4 pawns against 3, like if I exchange these two, like c5, c4 is coming, should be somehow maybe draw, but still I need to fight. I know Rafael offered something to play maybe he offered better variation. He offered to play this, rook d3, rook c1, and maybe now knight d5. Like idea if bishop d5, c takes d5, like this pawn gives me some counterplay. Maybe this was more correct.
Yeah, but does he need to take?
So I don't know.
In this position, can he move the bishop instead?
I don't know.
Just
where.
to hit here? I don't know.
Yeah. That's why during the game it looks.
I'm not sure where. This is the only problem.
Yeah, bishop e1 was variation. Yeah, bishop e1.
Rook takes b3.
Rook takes b3.
Ah, okay.
And we like end up in this kind of endgame. Like a theoretical. I play h not allowed g4.
Yeah.
Should
sure.
be a draw somehow,
Should
but
be.
still.
Yeah, still
Like
got to work. Okay, so you had quite a tough fight.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. He's not so bad for an old guy, is he?
Well, you know, in the opening ceremony, he told like in some moment he was sharing third, fourth place in the ranking with Jan Timman with just 2,645.
Third,
of course,
third, fourth place in the world, we should say. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, of course, Rafael is.
So you should not
No.
underestimate him at all.
We've both suffered against him.
Both played him a lot of times.
I played against him 2 games before. Once I won with white. It was World Team Championship in 2001. Yeah. But I lost with black in Chess Olympiad in Calvi in 2004.
Okay, so you know how strong he is.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, well, an interesting fight. Who have you got tomorrow?
I think I played Hou Yifan. But I didn't really think about what I'm going to do tomorrow.
No, of course.
First,
sure.
I will rest.
Excellent. All right, well, thanks, Ruslan, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Good, great. So we've still got 2 games going. Let's just resume our positions. Let's get the positions on the board. First, I think we'll go to Morozevich against Hari Krishna. This game just kind of careers on, doesn't it? It's unbelievable. We left the game around about here after this extraordinary move, bishop b5, knight b5, and now e2 has happened. King d2. Rook to f1. So what's the score?
Black's a pawn up, but after rook b7, he's still a pawn up after rook h2.
Oh, are we about to get a draw? Is this the problem? Check. Can that king escape somehow?
Well, the knights are covering all the squares, so if he goes king e4, rook e1 check.
We can't. Are we going to get checkmated like this?
Well,
Or are we
we're
just,
doing our best.
we're going to go around the houses?
g6 check, king f6.
This looks very, very dubious. In fact, that is checkmate.
Yes, it's quite pretty. He has to play king g4,
Yeah.
and then probably he's not getting anywhere. He's going to get checkmated. It looks very. We're not going to go to f5, are we?
No, I mean this. If
No.
any, if that's best for white.
Yeah, there's no.
But we can throw this in. Yeah, he hasn't. I mean, going to the h file looks catastrophic. So he's got to come back. So yeah, going forward isn't really getting anywhere. So let's just see. I think we've got that far. It's gone. Quick recap. Check. How many times have they checked? King e3 check. King back check.
Okay, this looks like.
Could be a draw. Okay, let's look at the players on the board. Hari has one more move till the time control at move 40, and he's got just under 3 minutes to make his last move. Rook e1 check would be a draw. Has he got anything else? Well, that's a big pass pawn. If it's taken, of course, g7 drops, and then, well, black could be worse in that position. So it's hard to imagine he's got anything better, unless he's looking at knight d5 check. But that seems to sort of disturb the coordination of the knights, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think he'll be taking a draw. Morozevich is looking like the game is over.
Unbelievable. Any other options? I can't see it. Yeah, looks like Alexander's lost a bit of interest.
Yeah.
Extraordinary game. Actually, I think Hari
about
Krishna's
to move.
done brilliantly. There we
He's
go.
played rook e1 check.
Rook e1 check, which is going to be a draw.
Hands are about to be shaken. Score sheets have been not signed just yet.
Are they looking into each other's eyes?
Well, he didn't actually claim draw, he just played the move. So the right passes to Morozevich. So the only other way to avoid the draw now is king d2.
What happens if they just... I've often wondered this. Even in games, I've never been quite sure whether
Just to keep playing.
you just keep
I
playing.
once had a game where we repeated the position 5 times and then I changed. No one wanted to claim, I ended up winning the game. I also had once actually, a long time ago, I was playing for a Grandmaster norm and my opponent was as well. We both had to win, but he was white. And we repeated the position 4 times, I couldn't avoid it, and then he was forced to play on. And I won that game as well and got the norm and he didn't. But I thought, I'm black, I can't change, it's up to him.
So just to remind everyone, because there will be a lot of people watching who aren't exactly sure of the exact etiquette and the rule for claiming a draw if you think it's 3 times repetition.
Well, I haven't claimed one for a while, but I think when you have to write the move down on your score sheet first and not actually play the move. So here, if Hari Krishna wants to claim a draw, he should write rook e1 check down on the score sheet and call the arbiter.
And stop the clock?
Stop the clock if he wants.
Yeah, but if the arbiter doesn't uphold your claim, then you can get a time sanction against you, can't you?
You can. I remember a very famous time sanction, the game Karpov against Tony Miles, when the original position, I think they repeated the moves. Karpov played rook h5 or Miles rook h8 to h5, back and forth, and Karpov claimed a draw, and Miles said no. So they called over the arbiter, who pointed out that in the original position, black had the right to castle.
Yeah.
And so he deducted 5 minutes from the Karpov clock, which was the rule at the time, which left him with about a minute for 10 moves. And then Miles calmly repeated again.
So it was a
proving
draw.
his point.
Yeah, well, typical Tony.
Yeah, typical. Yeah.
Being a little bit awkward. But yes, I think. Should we count the number? I think we've had it 4 times already. So that's once with a king on it. Okay, that's once with the rook on f1. That's twice with a rook on f1.
Do you think they consider it a sign of weakness to actually be the ones who claim?
So rook f1 would be 3 times if he wants it. Have they had this position already 3 times?
Like he's having a long think about it. He's not sure anymore.
I think. Wait a second. Let's get it right. So that's once, twice. Yeah, it's here. So this is actually the first time. I thought it was 4 times, but this would actually be the 3rd time if he wants it. Yeah, Hari's just.
It's just called.
He doesn't.
Generally, players just agree rather than go through the process that we just discussed.
The formal procedure.
Yeah, usually, you just shrug, shake hands, and it's all over.
He's just waiting for Morozevich to return to the board.
Yeah.
Unbelievable game. Okay, while we're waiting for that little scene to reach its conclusion, let's just
a fair result, probably, I think, for that game.
Yeah, unbelievable. Let's switch to Noel Studer against David Navara. Well, we blinked and we missed quite a lot. We left the position here.
Well, we didn't blink. We had Peter Leko explaining all the intricacies of the Petrov, which was quite fascinating.
It was very interesting.
I also found it fascinating when he said he was working for Kramnik in 2008, considering they played a World Championship match against each other
in 2004,
just a few years before.
Yeah.
And a few years later, he's actually working for him.
And a few years after that, he was working for Anand against Carlsen in their match in Chennai.
Okay, so he's a gun for hire these days.
Yeah, absolutely. So if anyone out there in the audience here in Biel or indeed online wants to hire a very good second and trainer, then Peter's your man. Knight c4.
Oh yeah, we left this. We didn't quite like knight d2, that was right? When he played knight d2, we thought rook c1 was a good move.
Well, we thought that knight c4 was just a bit dodgy because of something like this, but he's just went b6. To solidify things, and after a5, b5, knight came back, and he's just charged the pawn down the board. Studer must be having nightmares about this queenside Benoni pawn majority.
He's going for the back square bishop rather than the white square one.
It's going all the way. Again, the tendency in this tournament is to leave pieces on prise.
Yes.
So
check.
Exactly. Bishop c2, and now it's absolutely necessary to get rid of that bishop. Otherwise, if you leave it too long, something nasty could happen. And knight c5. And we've got another couple of moves. Bishop d5, rook d1, bishop c4. So at least this protects the pawn, and perhaps the rook can find a bit of freedom. Feels like a draw, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I mean, a rook and bishop is usually slightly better than rook and knight, but black has quite a lot of activity, and there's not many pawns left on the board.
Well, in fact,
white's tied down to the a6 pawn.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the problem, isn't it? If this bishop was stable, then you could activate the rook. But actually, in this position, I think if I hassle the bishop.
You mean we can just keep hassling it?
Bishop here. I just don't give it any any time for white to settle.
I think this game will be ending pretty quickly.
Yeah, but that's the position on the board.
But even if he just had to put his rook on d6 or something, it's going to be hard for white to make any progress. The black king is slightly better.
I think what we'll do is, while we're waiting for these games to finish, and I think they will finish fairly soon, we'll take a very short break, but we will be back soon, as we're predicting that both games are going to end in a draw fairly shortly, but hopefully we'll have the thoughts of the players. So back maybe 5 or 10 minutes, according to how long the players take to finish their games. Here we go, we're back with, well, there's just one game going because the game between Alexander Morozevich and Biel Krishna has indeed ended in a draw by threefold repetition. So they're going to be coming down to join us any moment, we hope. There is one game still remaining, and that's between Noel Studer and David Navara. Rook, knight and 3 against rook, bishop and 3. Joe, what do you reckon?
It's going to be a draw.
It's going to be a draw.
My neck out. Not very far. Yeah, I mean, I suppose Black could have just kept attacking the bishop, but he chose to play a couple of moves. I mean, maybe the knight's a slightly better piece than the bishop in this position with the pawn on.
Yeah, I'm just slightly concerned if the rook manages to
Of course, so
activate
yeah,
to
that's why
attack.
I was...
Yeah, please come and join us. Okay, so we've been joined by Biel Hari Krishna and Alexander Morozevich. This was an extraordinary game. It never settled. It never came to any settled position. Extraordinary.
Yeah, okay,
Just click on it. Yeah.
Okay. So I think this was already played.
Yeah, we noticed that your friend Harika
Yeah,
had played this.
I think this is...
Well, all this has been played.
no, I think knight hf3 she took, and then knight f4, and it's just better for white.
Okay, so you played after 20 minutes thought.
Yeah, here I was trying to figure what was the point.
Point of what? Your opening.
No, point of knight ef3, you know.
So you knew that was the move, but you had to kind of work it out. I see.
Yeah, but I think I probably went wrong somewhere. This should be better for white, but somehow I have this move, and I didn't see anything better than going into this position.
Alexander, do you know anything about this variation?
this
Is
was-
this the first time you've seen it?
I've seen it 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was nice, yeah. Sorry. And I think this is the only move, but okay. I think black is probably fine somehow.
Yeah,
Maybe take this, yeah.
it's not looking very
Yeah.
impressive forward.
Yeah. So okay, this I saw until here, and I saw bishop b5, and I thought it's fine for me.
When did you see bishop b5 actually? At what point? I'm curious.
Probably here.
Way back here.
Yes.
Not bad.
No, I had to calculate all the lines because otherwise I'm just lost. And
It's funny when you played f5. I mean, I should say we're not looking at this.
No, knight e7, king f8, knight f5, knight f5, f5, bishop b3, and maybe f6, gf6, bishop f6, bishop d1, rook d1.
Do you want to show that?
That's a knight e4.
Sorry?
Bishop
Yeah, and
knight e4.
No,
As a b is geen on f6.
no, I mean this. No,
Take.
yeah, take. I thought just this should be draw. I mean c6.
Knight e4 check maybe.
No, bishop e4, bishop b7,
b7.
and
But
I
it's
don't
also
know.
not really clear because your king is quite near maybe.
c6, b6. No, but I'm fast, yeah. I mean this. Bishop e4, rook d1. Unless I stop these pawns somehow. No, c6, b6 is coming. I cannot stop.
King e7,
c6.
king g6. There is
No,
b
I
a6
cannot
already.
stop, yeah. This is the problem. No, I just wanted to play knight e6, take, and rook d6 should be a draw, I think. This I saw. After this, yeah, this was nice.
This is an unbelievable move.
Yes, and King C2 was not working also because I was
Yeah.
checking King
Oh,
C2
oh,
instead of King C1, but it was not working.
Shurs?
Here, King C2. I was also calculating this, but then this, and if Knight C7, then Rook F2. That's a problem. And if I move my king, then he can simply take already.
Yeah.
So that's why I played here.
And
But
how-
actually, from the distance at this position, I thought that I could go this move,
Yeah, but E2.
but it's simply not working.
Yeah, Rook F1, King C2, Knight E3, King B3, and Bishop C4, Bishop E6. Just
Yes, and
those.
it's because of knight e3 doesn't. Okay, bishop f4, bishop f5 just a draw, but knight e3 wins 4 legs,
Yes, yes.
and so that's why I couldn't do all this. So,
And had you spotted this saving move, Bishop B5, a long way off?
no, but I mean, I didn't know what else I can do here. I mean, after Rook F8, because the principal move is to take, the other move is to go this, but this looks very risky
Yeah.
to play for white like this. So I don't know, this and this. You should be really brave to play chess like this. Okay, I didn't see the exact refutation, but in general, my feelings were that okay, maybe I'm asking for too much playing like that. I mean, okay, I'm not sure that it's a mate or not, but obviously I need to spend lots of time checking exactly. And 98, I thought that once I put my rook on d7, I should never lose basically. I mean, it's much more safe to go in for that line. And in this position, you played very quickly this rook f8. Yeah, you don't like this move, because it was my biggest war.
97 check,
Yes, 97.
King H8, and Rook D4.
Yes, rook d4. Yes, you jump.
And
Because
now
I don't know, rook f4, rook d7.
Rook D7 should be.
Rook d7. Because I had no idea what goes on here.
Bishop D4.
Because this.
Yeah.
If knight will land here at one moment, it will be very unpleasant. If knight e5, I will take or not?
Yeah, I think take and some king. I don't know where.
King somewhere. Yeah?
King somewhere, but I don't see where.
Because my piece is a little
maybe
bit stuck.
King.
Take.
King G3 probably.
King g3, but it's check.
No.
Take.
Then Bishop E6. Yeah.
No, I can't go this. No, I need to also to deal with the check.
Yeah.
Not so many nice squares.
King E1.
King e1.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
And then
But anyway,
run
it
King
looks-
D1, King C1,
Yes,
but
yes. I mean, if white will survive here, then he can hope for
yeah.
for something good here.
Yeah.
But I mean, I wasn't that sure about this.
It could go badly wrong.
It could,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
it could
Yeah.
go badly also.
No, probably I should play knight G5. This
Yes,
is too
because,
risky what I played.
Yes, because this looks absolutely unclear. No, but it's okay maybe with the idea to go f5 because
We couldn't believe it when you played f5.
why?
Because
But what else to play here?
no, absolutely.
I mean, any move was there for
Well,
white. So
This compared to this. That's what we're talking. We expected knight
of
g5,
course.
but when you went for this, frankly, I hope you don't mind me saying this, it looks such an ugly move.
Yeah,
Just to open up this bishop.
yeah. It's
we couldn't-
better to not to lose than to play ugly move.
Well, you managed to justify it in an amazing
no, I mean
way.
I think it's I had to play this, otherwise it's just
No,
very bad.
I understand, but
And,
we were amazed that there wasn't a win for white.
Yeah. Okay. And here maybe something else.
But bishop e5 is almost your next move on everything. Okay, rook e7 I can also try, but maybe it's my. But then it can be easily complete mess.
Rook e7 actually bishop c4 I wanted to play because knight c7 then e2 again with the same motif.
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this e pawn is very annoying. It's
Yeah.
far from simple because this e2 is really big. So, and it looks.
And then I think okay this king f3 was nice.
We were looking at the king walking up the board, but
No,
very
actually
risky.
there was
Why you
very
didn't take on h2?
here
is also an option. Bishop e5.
No, just sorry.
Knight d6.
Knight d6.
Yes,
Sorry.
knight d6.
Knight d6. Sorry.
Just to play this, if you want, I don't make some h5.
Yeah, but I think it's also, I don't know.
Double h,
Yeah.
double h position.
You're not kidding. Well, it's an amazing game.
But here I was calculating this, but this is very nice. And this is the way. Because if you go king g4, check, here, 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 here. Maybe this. No. Yeah. No, but then you have rook e5, yeah? No, I have to go here. And then maybe it's a draw, I don't know.
Well, with the king cut off, it's very hard for black to hope for something.
And also I cannot move my pawns really. So yeah, this was one, but I thought this is also nice. Where is this? King g2 and king h1, because knight f3, rook g7, king f8, rook h7, and knight d6 is coming.
Well, I believe you.
And there is no mate, I think, at least. Because if I get, if I get knight f4 and some rook move, it's winning. But he goes knight d6 and maybe this. And at least he has perpetual if nothing happens. Yeah, so that's why I decided.
Well, this is a game full of extraordinary calculation. You must be exhausted after that. No?
Why?
Why?
It's our job.
It's your job, yeah.
Yes, it's our job to play chess. So.
Some jobs are quite
if you're
tiring.
exhausted after such a game, you have to quit chess, basically.
Yeah? You think so?
Of course.
We're exhausted analysing it.
Because you analyze 6 games.
Yes, and
No,
you're also
only
talking. And you're
Four,
also
five
talking.
games.
That's
yeah,
true.
5
And we're
games.
just sitting and we're just calculating, so it's much easier job.
Yeah.
Eating chocolate.
Yes. When I was commentating this Grand Prix, first 3 rounds, I was much more exhausted actually.
Yeah.
Because I was speaking for 5 hours alone non-stop. And then I felt that, okay, I'm pretty much tired. But so for me to play one game even full of some tactics, it's much easier than just to talk for 5 hours, even without any tactics and without so much responsibility for what I'm actually saying. But of course I was trying to do my best effort because it was no engine helping me, so I was calculating all the lines which I was suggesting for the public and myself. So, but even though it was harder.
Well, we're not using an engine. We're not using an engine here. Mainly, however, we arrived at this position and our heads were already hurting a great deal. And I can't find it, of course. Yeah, we got here and we went. And then we succumbed to the temptation and we went, okay, come on, let's find out. And ping, it suggests bishop b5. So that's the one occasion we've used it today.
Okay.
And then
nice way. Nice moment, yes.
We were very impressed. Okay, listen. Thanks very much for joining us. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Brilliant game. So we've still got one game going, and that's Noel Studer against David Navara. If we go to their position, that's it. And earlier, Joe, we were trying to work out who's actually playing for a win here.
Well, I think probably Navara is continuing the game. He's this higher rated player, he might try a few moves.
He's just played rook from b4 to b2. I suppose, the only problem is that if the rook can sort of free itself and manage to get round to attacking the pawn on the 7th rank.
Well, what about white now playing bishop d5, trying to force the issue? don't really want to force the issue. But then after rook a3, and now he plays, or maybe he can play knight attacking the bishop instead, because now bishop c4 is a draw. But instead of rook back to b6, he can.
Yeah.
Knight c7.
Knight c7, knight b4. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, so white won't do this.
Yeah.
So the bishop's a little bit restricted. He probably doesn't want to play the move pawn e2 to e3 because it opens up the second rank, and maybe black will be able to attack the pawn on f2.
Okay.
So the bishop's a little bit restricted. He doesn't want to. So I assume that Navara is just having a little look to see if he can get anywhere.
Well, maybe. Yeah.
I mean,
he's just prodding around, isn't he?
For example, if he's just played bishop c4, has he?
No, it's just gone rook b2.
Okay, so if he played e3 now, then there's a little tactic with rook takes f2. It's, not very complicated. So he doesn't. The move e3, which is quite good positionally, actually, he's got a few little drawbacks.
I wonder. Now, this is ugly move of the century time, but I'm going to do it anyway, because that knight e4, as you've just pointed out, is actually a very annoying kind of tactic.
Yeah.
So I wonder whether you just play here, and that means you can shuffle your king across.
Yeah, I quite like that. Also, even you can play with another ugly move, bishop d3. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. If knight takes, rook takes e2, then rook d7.
So there are lots of ways we can make a draw here.
Bishop d3 looks
bishop d3
forcing, because then we want to play rook c7.
Well, that's true. Yeah,
that forces the issue. And okay, if he takes and goes rook c6, rook a3 slightly passive, but he's got
bishop d3. As you say, bishop d3 is a kind of forcing move. It's just to get the colour off. But I have to say I'm reasonably happy with my move f3 as well, just to improve the position of the king a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure the game's going to end in a draw. I mean, white, black's playing a few moves. Yeah, you might as well. Why not? Probably hasn't got anything better to do.
I wonder if we should wrap things up there, because I think this one is going to be drawing to a conclusion fairly shortly, in spite of the players' best efforts. But has been, another crazy game actually. Not quite matching Morozevich against Hari Krishna, which was, bonkers. But incredibly, they seem to sort of have it under control in their analysis.
Yeah, no, that was a very impressive calculation from, Hari Krishna is very, Morozevich seems to say, I just had to play these moves and things just happened, but I'm sure he also calculated deeply, but Hari Krishna's variations were quite incredible. Yeah.
They were.
Very, very, very deep, and even at the end there, when he was sitting there for 20 minutes on his own, and we thought that Morozevich wasn't coming back to the board for some reason, some psychological battle when they'd already repeated the position, but Hari Krishna still showed he was analysing these lines with king h1. I think he'd already signed the score sheet as a draw, but he continued to analyse from the camera, so he's just in case. It would have been quite amusing if they'd actually played on. But
very, very impressive.
Yeah.
So, okay, I think we're going to wrap things up. As you can see, we've had so far 4 draws today, and we're going to be predicting this last game will also be ending in a draw fairly shortly. Well, draws, but actually most of the games, with the exception
a couple of dry games today.
Giri and Bacrot was pretty dry, and Leko and Hou Yifan burnt out fairly quickly, but the others very exciting indeed.
Vaganian-Ponomariov was a very rich strategic game, and this game as well, Studer against Navara, was very interesting. Another Benoni with a sacrifice of the exchange.
Yeah, it's weird.
And the game of the day, probably for us, I imagine for you as well, was Morozevich against Hari Krishna again. That was the most exciting.
Yeah, unbelievable. So far, we have after we're assuming it's going to be a draw. But in any case, it wouldn't change the leadership either way. Etienne Bacrot, Ruslan Ponomariov and Hou Yifan still lead the tournament with 2 points. But of course, it's still very early days, so all to play for. Good stuff. Right, Joe, I think we'd better leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
And we will see you tomorrow, starting roughly 2:15. We seem to be slipping a bit each day. But the round begins at 2 o'clock, and you will be able to see the moves anyway, even if we don't start exactly on time. Okay, see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Bye.